Mengadi.
Morning. Is that Moses?
Who else?
Yeah, I'm making you a co-host, ne?
Co-host, where is Adam?
No, you're going to share your presentations.
And that's why I'm joining.
Morning, colleagues. Morning, colleagues.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Chairperson.
Can we share the agenda?
Okay.
So all these items, we'll deal with them in a manner that is structured.
That's what I was thinking, Chair, because 5.1, let me just start here. Number 3, item number 3, that will be AG. And then there will be question and answers. And then 5.1, here it will be a department on the annual report, question and answers, and then IEC the same, and then government printing works.
So the presentation is from 5.1.
Yeah, from the department, but from 3 is AG. We're starting with AG.
No, I know that on that part. I'm saying the portfolios is 5.1.
Yeah, up to IEC is this one here. And then it's IEC here. It's government printing works here. Chairperson, your network, I can't hear you. Chairperson? Chairperson?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yeah, I was saying your network, I didn't hear anything you said.
I'm asking if this time allocated until 12 will be finished with the 4 items.
I hope so, but we can go beyond the allocated time because there's no sitting in the afternoon.
But if people have scheduled 9 until 12 and they have other commitments after that,
the meeting's until 1 o'clock. I hope will be done.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson. Morning, Chair.
Morning.
Yes, Chair, it's 9 o'clock now. We have about 4 members in the meeting. We can start.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Matonsi. Good morning to the staff and welcome honorable members. Greetings to members. I'll request to ground my video because of the network challenges. Morning, Director General and all your team. Morning, the Auditor General led by Fumulani and your team. The IEC Commissioner Miepza, all commissioners and also your executive, the Government Printing Works CEO, and all your team in attendance. We today welcome to receive the work that has been done by the Auditor General in relation to the portfolios that are hosted by the Home Affairs, the IEC, the Government Printing Works, and including the Home Affairs. We note that in the previous, during the constituency period, the Director General, the President, has formally launched the Border Management Authority, and we congratulate your team led by the Minister and the Commissioner. We take note of the recent development, and I think it's a matter that the committee need to follow up on the arrest or confiscation of the explosive material in the bus that has just passed the Bait Bridge. We may need to follow engagement with the Commissioner in relation to the process that underwent for this explosive to pass the Bait Bridge without proper checkup. I think the chairperson or the commissioner of the BMA need to follow up that matter and account to the committee. We're not going to take time. We'll allow Mr. Matonsi to introduce the team and also render apologies. And I'll also invite stakeholders in attendance, the Auditor General, the IEC, Government Printing Works, and the Director General to introduce the team and also render apologies if they have any apology. Can I invite you, Mr. Matonsi?
Yes, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson. Yeah, I've got apologies from Ms. Mudisa. She's not feeling well. I've got also an apology from Mr. Techane and Mr. Mokhale. They did not indicate the reason. They just said no, they're sending in an apology. There is also an apology from the minister and the deputy minister who are outside of the country on official business. In terms of introducing the staff from our side, Chairperson, it would be Mr. Adam Salmon, the content advisor, Mr. Lewang Ndaba, the researcher, Ms. Babalwa Nkangana, the executive secretary, and also Mr. Festen Arense, the committee assistant. This is from the staff from Parliament, Chairperson. Over to you.
Thank you. Can I then invite the Auditor General introduce your team, and if there's apologies that you want to render?
Thank you very much, and good morning, Chair and the honorable members of the committee. I am Fumulani Rabonda, Deputy Business Unit Leader for the unit that houses the portfolio of Home Affairs. I will be leading the delegation from the AGSA today. The presentation will be led by Rufuno Mbadi, who...
Thank you. Can I invite... Okay, proceed, Fumula.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yeah, if you can grant off your video in the meantime so that you benefit from your audio. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Fumulani Rabonda. I'm leading the delegation from the Auditor-General today, which is the team that did the audits of all the entities in the portfolio of Home Affairs. The presentation will be done by Rufuno Mbadi, who was the senior manager responsible for the audit of Home Affairs. She's accompanied by Olufelo Chwahale, who was the senior manager responsible for the audit of IEC. Bongumusa Tabete, responsible for the audit of government printing works. In our presentation, Chair will also touch on the Border Management Authority, noting that in terms of the audit outcome, audit will only start for the new year that we are in, as it was only established on the 1st of April 2023. But we do have some of the insights that we have already been were already unearthed as part of the audit of Home Affairs on that. So I'm going to pause here, Chair, in terms of the introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues from the IEC, GPW, and honorable members. I'll also switch off the video for better connectivity. So in the boardroom where I am, I'm joined by the following DDGs. It's DDG Tulani Mavuso, who's also the acting CIO, but also responsible for operations, and then Advocate Constance Muitse, responsible for counter-corruption and security services. And then across, it's the CFO, Mr. Gordon Hollamby, responsible for finance, and then the acting DDG HR, Me Tampane Molifes Fanyetso, then DDG Thomas Sigama, responsible for civics, and then acting DDG Immigration Services, Mr. Mudiri Matthews, and then the officials that are also accompanying us. Chairperson will also like to introduce our newly appointed Chief Director for the Department for Comms, Mr. Sia Koza, who was in the Minister's office, and in the Minister's office has been replaced by Tabo Mohola, who's the acting spokesperson for the Minister. And then from MNE, we're joined by Sifakwane Ramoneta. I think I've covered everyone who's with me here, but also online, there's Riaz Musa, there's Musa Muzinjoko, and the Chief of Staff, Mudupi Ka Maisela Mdluli, who's also joining us. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson? Chairperson? Mr. Play?
Yes, Eddie.
Yeah, it seems as if Chairperson has got a challenge, man, with the network. If you can continue until he's able to get a good spot to continue with the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, DG, and all honorable members. I think let us proceed then with item number 3, which is going to be the briefing by the AG.
Sorry, Mr. Play. There was still an introduction, and then I think we're left with
we haven't done
the
GPW
IEC and GPW.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Can I then hand over to GPW before IEC?
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, colleagues. My name is Alina Fosi from Government Printing Works. With me, I've got members of EXCO. I've got Mr. Ian van der Merwe, who's responsible for our finances as the CFO. Mr. Sihleng Gubani, who is the Chief Director responsible for business development. Mr. Kuben Mudli, Chief Director responsible for manufacturing and engineering. Mr. Zweliba Nzugwiba, who is responsible for ICT as the CIO. Mr. or Advocate Sydney Ramasoji, who is responsible for legal services. Ms. Koni Shibambo, who's our Chief Audit Executive, as well as Mr. Busise Kambule, who is the Executive in the Office of the CEO. That will be the delegation from Government Printing Works. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, CEO. IEC.
Chair, and good morning to honorable members, my colleagues, and everyone in the meeting. My name is Mosotho Moepia, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission. We are joined this morning by Mr. Masego Shiburi, who will be leading our delegation together with Ms. Dawn Mbata, the Chief Financial Officer. We also have on the line Judge Pillay. We have Mr. Mahlangu, Chief Executive Party Funding, and Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, Aktari Henning. May I indicate right from the beginning, Chair, that I would like to be excused at 9:30. We are quite stretched today. Commissioner Mashinini and Commissioner Masuku are on missions related to elections right now. And the Chief Electoral Officer and I have a matter we need to deal with as well. So the Chief Electoral Officer will not be with us, but we are ably represented, as I indicated, by the Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, Masego Shiburi, and the Chief Finance Officer, Dawn Mbata. Thank you very much.
And noted, Chairperson. Thank you. Right, Eddie, is there anyone else that we need to introduce?
That was all.
Thank you very much. Honorable members and colleagues, can we move on to item number 3, which is going to be a briefing by the AG. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. I am not sure if ever I must project on my side, or you're going to assist me on that side with the projection of the presentation, please?
You can project from your side. I made you a co-host.
All right, thank you. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. As Pumrani has indicated, my name is Rufuno. I will be taking you through the audit outcomes of the Home Affairs portfolio. Okay. The mission and vision of the Auditor-General, we exist as the Auditor-General from the constitutional mandate. We are a supreme audit institution. We exist to strengthen the country's democracy, and then we do that by the auditing, and then making sure that we are enabling oversight and accountability, and then we will build public confidence. And as the AGSA, we want to be recognized by our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector confidence. Then if I move to the next slide is talking to the accountability model, where we are saying that everybody has got a role to play in whatever role or the responsibilities that they currently have. We've got the leadership and management of the different entities that are being represented here, and their officials that are expected to execute their responsibilities, and also the oversight that is also expected to execute their responsibilities. And us, as the part of the oversight and enforcement, we are also expected to execute our responsibilities. And if we all do that, we believe that we will have a better South Africa. So hence the accountability model. Then we are here for the Home Affairs portfolio, where I'll be giving you the audit outcome of Home Affairs, Government Printing Works, and then also Electoral Commission, and then also some insights on the Border Management Authority. Then last year, when we finished with the audits, we came through and had a discussion with the portfolio committee, and there were some recommendations that we had given to the committee or to the management of the different entities that we expected that if those recommendations were implemented, there would have been movement in the audit outcomes. So there was action plans that we needed some of the entities to put in place to make sure that material misstatements that have been identified in the prior year can be addressed. And then also there was recommendation for providing oversight in terms of the effectiveness to make sure that the fines and penalties are collected in terms of the Immigration Act, that related to the Home Affairs, and then intervention for the collaboration and cooperation with other institutions for the successful implementation of the BMA was one of the recommendations. Then oversight and intervention for DHA modernization projects so that the delays that are being experienced with those modernization projects can be minimized. And then consequence management against officials who do not implement action plans, and then strengthen oversight or intervention in relation to GPW in terms of the audit outcomes. We also had reviewed the annual performance plans for the Home Affairs and for BMA, and we did share those insights with the committee earlier this year. So the overall implementation that we will go and check in the following year when the new APPs are being presented. And then we are commending IEC for making sure that all the recommendations that were provided, they managed to implement those, and then they maintained their clean audit. There's still some work that needs to be done on GPW side and also on Home Affairs side. In the overall audit outcomes for the 2022-23, and then I will start with what was inherited just before the new administration. In that year of 2018-19, there was no any clean audits for this portfolio. There were 2 audits that had unqualified with findings, and then 1 audit that had qualified with findings audit outcome. However, if we move over to 2023, we can see that IEC has obtained a clean audit, which was the same audit outcome that it obtained in the prior year. And then also Home Affairs had obtained unqualified with findings, which is the same audit outcome that it obtained in the prior year. And then for GPW audit outcome that we will be sharing with the committee today is the ones that relates to 21-22 financial year, because the 22-23 financial year audit is not yet finalized. The 21-22 was only finalized at the end of July. Then GPW for 21-22 obtained a disclaimer of audit opinion, which was a regression as to what was inherited in 2018-19. Then the reasons for there was no significant improvement in the overall audit outcome of this portfolio. We can see that the same audit outcome that was obtained in the prior year is the same as compared to the current year. And then also the portfolio is failing to implement a robust financial management system that produce credible financial reporting. And then also there's issues with compliance with laws and regulations that is still a challenge for this portfolio. Then for the drivers that helped IEC to improve or maintain their clean audit, they did have effective action plans that they have implemented. And then also their review processes were robust enough to make sure that if there are any misstatements, the entity was able to identify those misstatements. And then also in-year monitoring and reviews were taking place during the year. Then for GPW and for Home Affairs, their action plans or turnaround plans that they have put in place, they were not effective for the current financial year because these entities failed to move from their previous year's audit outcome to clean audit outcomes. Then the next two slides will be talking to the audit outcome relating to GPW for 21-22. And then from there, I will not be talking, the rest of the slides will not be talking to GPW except for when I come and discuss the irregular expenditure. So for GPW 21-22 financial year, they obtained a disclaimer of audit opinion, which is similar to the one that they've obtained in 2021 financial year. This was attributable to the data loss. The data was lost in 2 occasions. There was the data that was lost in February 2021, and again in March 2022. The data was lost again. So this did have an impact on the information that was required for audit purposes, and also that the manual processes that was followed to recapture the data into the system was not clearly documented, and no clear controls were implemented for the review of that data that was captured. So the auditors could not necessarily follow what was the process that was followed by management in capturing the data. The status of the IT controls continues to require intervention as GPW is in the process of recovering from the incident. And then there's also slow progress that has been made in implementing the ICT action plan, which is dependent on the execution of the ICT procurement plan there. So when we move to the audit outcome itself, we are saying that in terms of the annual financial statements, they did obtain a disclaimer of an opinion, and then the line items that had material misstatements, as compared to the prior year, there was a slight improvement. As in the current year, we are referring to 8 line items that was impacted as compared to the 10 line items in the prior year. So the line items that were affected was trade and other receivables, the inventory, trade and other payables that had an impact on the comparatives figures, and then property, plant and equipment, revenue from exchange transactions, cost of sales, then operating expenses, also the issue related to the comparative figures, and then the statement of cash flows. Then the compliance with laws and regulations. Because of the material misstatements that were identified in the annual financial statements, there was the non-compliance relating to the annual financial statements that were submitted that had errors, and also the annual financial statements were submitted late, not within the legislated timelines. They also had material non-compliance relating to revenue management, where the processes they were not implemented to make sure that all money that is due to the state is collected. And then they also had the non-compliance relating to consequence management, where there was no investigation that was done for the irregular expenditure that was incurred in the prior year. They also had compliance matters relating to asset management, where there were no proper controls in place to make sure that the assets are safeguarded. And then in terms of the financial health, because the entity had a disclaimer of opinion, we don't necessarily assess them for financial health to see if ever they are still a going concern, but based on the current figures, I think that was not a problem. Then for predetermined objectives, we audited the program that was called Branch Operations and Production, which we did not identify any material findings on that. And then we also went and looked at the annual report itself. And then we went and looked how many, in terms of the targets that was planned, what was the overall achievement for the financial year. And then GPW obtained 72% achievements in terms of their targets, and then 28% of those targets were not achieved. Then the root causes of these material misstatements and that we have identified was the inadequate business continuity plan and processes combined with lack of adequate backup processes leading to that data loss. The entity is also struggling to resolve the issues that contributed to the data loss, including the adequate backups and backup tapes test, and then restoration there of those tapes. Then the entity did not have enough capacity to resolve their IT issues in terms of them doing it in a speedily manner. There are still procurement processes that are underway to make sure that root causes that caused that crash to happen be addressed. They also have aging infrastructure that is not necessarily supported. And then there's also slow response by management in investigating instances of irregular expenditure. Hence, we have that consequence management. Then the action plans as well that have been put in place in the prior year did not necessarily address the findings, and daily controls are not timely implemented and monitored, and then management did not adequately review and monitor this compliance with applicable laws and regulations. Then if I can move a step out of GPW and now concentrate on Home Affairs and IEC in relation of the 22-23 financial year audit outcome. So in terms of the predetermined objectives, we see that we have audited 2 programs each for each entity. Excuse me, for Home Affairs, we audited Citizens Affairs, Institutional Support and Transfers. And then the reason for institutional support and transfers is because that is where the BMA was housed. And then for IEC, we audited electoral operations and outreach. And then we have to look at the annual performance report that was submitted for audit purposes. for both IEC and Home Affairs, that annual performance report had misstatements in it, had errors in it, and then due to the audit processes, they managed to correct those errors, and then there were no material findings that we are reporting. So the misstatements that were identified in relation to IEC, there were misstatements that related to the information that was contained in the annual performance report. We did not necessarily agree with the information that was on the annual performance plan, and also there were errors that were identified there on the annual performance report. And then for Home Affairs, there were issues in terms of what was reported in the annual performance report, where we requested the evidence that will support what was achieved. There was not necessarily evidence that supports that. The issue.
Comrade Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Lekota, welcome again to the meeting, to the Portfolio Committee.
Yeah, thank you, sir. But I wish to appeal for assistance, because the leader of this discussion is not guiding us as to where he is at in terms on this document. Is there no way that it can be indicated? I'm now talking to this part of the document.
Okay, we are all following. We are all following up the presentation. She's on correct path.
Yeah,
I'm
trying to say, I see the arrow now is there.
No, Honorable.
If the arrow can keep moving, then we know where we are at.
Honorable Lekota, I'm trying to assist you. Your point has been noted.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. We've been following her since she started. She's in a correct space. I think we'll request you, Lufuno, to indicate for Honorable Lekota, when you're on this page, performance against targets 2022-23 audit outcome, for his purpose to follow. All of us have been following well. Is that fine, Lufuno, to assist the veteran?
That is fine, Chair.
Okay, sorry for that interruption. You can continue.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. Then we also performed procedures that we were taking if ever the annual performance plans of both IEC and Home Affairs were complete or not in terms of their mandate. So we are pleased to indicate that there were no findings that we have identified in that regard. And then also in the we also reviewed the 23-24 APP annual performance plan for the Home Affairs and also for the BMA. There were no material findings that we identified for Home Affairs, and also there were misstatements that we have identified for the BMA, which we communicated to management, and management had corrected those ones. And we did share those outcomes with the portfolio committee before. Then what we have here on this slide, what we did, we went and looked at the key targets in terms of the medium-term strategic framework for both IEC and Home Affairs. And then for Home Affairs, one of the key strategic targets that we have identified was the one that related to the implementation of the ABIS, and then also the operationalization of BMA by 23-24, and then the rollout of BMA in additional 7 ports, and then the 100% identified ports of entry equipped with the biometric function by March 2024, and then the implementation of the revised regime through 95% of visa applications being adjudicated. Then for IEC, the key targets that we have identified was the number of face-to-face civic and democratic education campaigns, and then also number of registered voters reflected in the voters' roll, then election results that needed to be declared within the 7 days, and then the percentage of voters who turned out in the local government election. So with these targets that we have now came and looked at, we checked in terms of the annual performance report, if ever these targets were achieved or not. So it does not necessarily mean that we tested all of these indicators and targets. And then in terms of Home Affairs, we did note that the modernization project was not achieved, and then the Border Management Authority being fully operational was also not achieved, and then the adjudication of the critical skills visas was also not achieved. Then for IEC, in terms of the key targets, they related to MTSF, and the number of registered voters elected on the voters roll was also not achieved. Then the details of non-achievement are on the following slide. What we also did to assist the committee was that we went and looked at the whole annual report, and then we looked at what exactly was achieved for the financial year in terms of the targets that was planned. Both IEC and Home Affairs achieved 71% of their planned targets as per their annual report. Then the following slide, what is talking to, it's just information, the reasons that management has indicated as non-achievements of those key targets that we had linked up to the MTSF for both IEC and Home Affairs, as I have indicated above. This is straight from their annual report. As indicated before, we also looked, when we were auditing the BMA target under the Home Affairs, we also looked at what exactly is it that BMA is intended to do in terms of it to be fully operationalized, and also what were the targets that were planned for the current financial year. We do understand that BMA is going to started to be operational from the 1st of April, and then some of the things that we have identified that we feel that might have an impact on BMA going forward was that in terms of the targets that were planned in the Home Affairs the current year, not all the targets were achieved. And then also they had planned that in the next 3 years, 11,000 border guards will be appointed. And then by the 31st of March, only 221 border guards were appointed, which represents 2% of the required capacity there. And then by July 2023, there were still positions in vacancies in key positions in terms of the organizational structure that has been approved. And then in terms of the plans that BMA has indicated, they want to open up the National Targeting Center, which will now be used, which will be expected to be the central risk management and intelligence hub for the border environment in South Africa. And then due to the fact that when BMA was requesting funds in terms of what they need for them to operate effectively, National Treasury in the MTSF for 23-25 only allocated for them 50% of their requirements. Also, there was, when we were checking whether all the entities that were supposed to assist in terms of the BMA being fully operational, and the assets that they needed to transfer by the 31st of March before the start of the new department, all the assets were not transferred to the BMA. So that coordination, there are still assets that needs to be transferred to the BMA. Then the possible ripple effect is that there is a likelihood that this can cause delays in terms of realizing the entity's overall objective to cap the non-integrated border management at the ports of entries and borderlines, as well as migration controls. And then the weaknesses regarding the rollout and the operational of the BMA may have the direct impact on government integrated justice processes, as well as not being able to effectively address the safety and security concerns of the country. So what needs to be done is that BMA may need to go back and re-evaluate its priorities in the next 3 years, in line with the funds that has been allocated by National Treasury. And also we understand that the minister is going to be the chairperson, or is the chairperson of the overall committees that is going to be looking after the BMA. So minister will have the opportunity to influence all the other government institutions that are supposed to be part of the BMA to make sure that this operationalization and BMA is working effectively. Then we also indicated the last time that we came to see the committee that when we are done with the foreign missions, we will provide the committee with the insights of what is it that we have identified when we were busy with the audits there. And then we are saying that in terms of the visa application, we've noted that where the countries do have large volumes of applications, there are delays at the missions in terms of the adjudication of those application forms. And then we also noted that the manual visa labels were utilized for extended period of time. And the nature of the manual visa labels is meant to be used during the emergency processes because these labels are susceptible to fraud. And then in terms of the e-visa systems that has been rolled out, with the countries that these e-visa systems was rolled out at, we noted that they were continuing to go to the missions to apply for the visas, not necessarily utilizing the e-visa systems. And some of the reasons that were indicated to be causing the delays was that there was not sufficient capacity at the missions in terms of assisting and making sure that these applications are adjudicated on time. And then also in relation to the utilization of the manual visa labels, when the information, when the visa labels are requested from head office, that was taking long for them to be delivered. And also if that printer breaks down, it was taking long for it to be repaired because somebody from head office needed to go all the way to the mission. Then in terms of the visa applications through the e-visa systems, that adjudication takes place here in South Africa. So the capacity there as well was also still a problem, hence the people reverted back into going to the mission. Then the ripple effect in terms of the delays in the approval of the visas, the approvals can be done outside the legislated timelines, and also this can hamper the delay for the department to enable movement of people there. Then in terms of the IT project, this will link up to the slide that comes after this one, where we have noted that in terms of the AB system, yes, there were delays that was incurred in the current financial year. However, now when we speak, there has been movement in terms of what was delayed in the past. And then for the branch appointment booking systems, that was to deal with the war on drugs. We are pleased to indicate that all the modernized offices of the country has got that has been rolled out on them. And then also the biometric movement control, that it has been rolled out as it was planned for the financial year in the 34 ports of interest. And then the delays that are there on the modernization of the AB system can have a negative impact on the modernization of the operations of the on the operations through the use of the biometric function provided by ABIS. So these delays can also have an impact on the integrated system because they're also intending to use the system. What needs to be done? The missions needs to be capacitated, and also head office needs to be capacitated to make sure that where there's high volumes of applications, those can be resolved quickly. And then the timely delivery of the computerized visa labels, the missions when requested, and then also the department must continue to monitor all these modernization projects that they have started and now, and then they must see to it that it continues. So this one is also the continuation of the same information that was there in terms of the IT, where we are still saying to management that the recommendation that the ABIS project must be closely monitored by all assurance providers. We note that yes, management has started in terms of doing that to make sure that no further delays can be experienced in relation to the ABIS system. Then on material irregularities, we've come through to the committees and indicated what material irregularities are. And then for the current financial year, the material irregularities have been implemented on both Home Affairs, PC, and GPW. And then just to go back maybe to the definition, is that material irregularity is any non-compliance or contravention of legislation. It can be fraud, it can be theft, or breach of fiduciary duty identified during an audit performed under the Public Audit Act and resulted or is likely to result in material financial loss, the misuse or loss of material public resources, or substantial harm to public sector institution or the general public. Then that is the definition of the material irregularity. So for the current financial year, this was rolled out in all the entities within the Home Affairs portfolio. And then we did identify material irregularities on Home Affairs, The irregularity was in terms of the inability for Home Affairs to collect the monies that is due to the state, the money that related to the fines and penalties issued in terms of the Immigration Act. That is linked to the non-compliance that we have discussed on the top above. So the department did respond to the material irregularity. However, we are still in the process of evaluating the responses that has been provided by the accounting officer. So some of the things that was indicated as the remedial action in terms of the how to remedy the material irregularity was that the policies and procedures on fines and penalties will be developed, and then the engagements with other key stakeholders within the border of the ports of entries will be held. Those are some of the recommendations that were indicated there. Then the establishment of BMA was one of the remedial actions that the management has indicated. So we are trying to see what exactly either that BMA is going to be doing in terms of making sure that these potential financial loss is not continuing. So we recommend that the portfolio committee does follow up. We'll come back and also give an update on what is our conclusion in terms of the response that has been provided by the accounting officer. Then on the financial statement side, in terms of IEC and Home Affairs, we note that IEC and Home Affairs, they both, IEC submitted annual financial statements that were free from material misstatements, and then Home Affairs did submit annual financial statements that had material misstatements on them. And then the audit process assisted in making sure that there were no more material misstatements in relation to the annual financial statements that we currently see. The misstatements that was identified on Home Affairs related to accruals and payables not recognized, this misstatement was corrected, and then hence you are seeing the unqualified audit opinion. Then the internal controls that are there to assist in terms of financial management, we are glad to indicate that for both IEC and Home Affairs, they don't have any issues in terms of record keeping. They're able to give us the information when it is required. Then the daily and monthly controls, IEC maintained those ones, and then Home Affairs needs to work a little bit on that. And then in year-end reporting, due to the findings that we have identified on Home Affairs, and then the review and monitor compliance with laws and regulations. There was material non-compliance that was identified for Home Affairs, and then even though there's no material non-compliance identified by audit processes, there were compliance issues identified by the IEC themselves. Then on the financial health, in terms of revenue management, we are saying that Home Affairs did impair 90% of its data, of its accrual departmental revenue. That is linked to the fines and penalties that has led to, that has led to the material irregularities. And when we look at the data's collection after the impairment, it's taken 35 days for Home Affairs to collect its data. And then on expenditure management, the time that it takes the entities to pay their creditors, we are pleased to say that Home Affairs is paying the creditors within the 29 days, and then IEC is just going above the legislated 30 days there. Then the impact there is that then I've already spoken to it, to say that DHA is failing to collect its money continuously, and that there is that 90% impairment, and then that the payment of the creditors is being done within the 30 days, and then IEC just needs to work to make sure that they get it under the 30 days. And compliance with key legislation. So if I'm comparing what was the non-compliance that was identified in the 2021 financial year compared to the 2023 financial year, I am pleased to indicate that the non-compliances have reduced in the current year. So you see that for Home Affairs, we are only left with non-compliance in the current year that relates to revenue management. The other non-compliances that was there in the prior year that related to procurement and control and contract management, and then the quality of financial statements, those non-compliance were not material in the current financial year. And then we are pleased to indicate that for IEC, there was no material non-compliances that was identified. And then on this slide, we are talking to the procurement and payment. So there was non-compliance that was identified last year in terms of goods, IT goods not procured through SETA for Home Affairs, that it did not reoccur in the current financial year. And then employee doing business with the states for both EC and Home Affairs. There were instances when we identified that there were employees that did not declare that they got interest and then they did business with the state. So we communicated that to management. Management are busy investigating why those employees are doing business with the state and why they have not declared. That will be followed up in the following audit as to whether management
recording in progress.
Management did identify the reasons there. Then the following slide is talking to the fact that in the current year, there has been changes in terms of the reporting of the irregular expenditure or fruitless and wasteful expenditure. For the current financial year, the irregular expenditure is disclosed in both the annual financial statements and the annual report. In the annual financial statement, what gets to be disclosed, it's only the closing balance of the current financial year, and then the movement where you will see the opening balances, the condonements, whatever that has been transferred, whatever that has been recovered, that gets to be disclosed in the annual report. So we are saying that in terms of the disclosures that are there in the annual report, we are not necessarily providing assurance on that. We will be providing assurance in the current year balance that gets to be disclosed in the annual financial statements. So for the current financial year, the regular expenditure that is disclosed on the note of the annual financial statements for IEC and Home Affairs, it was 37 million. The 37 million was made out of the 18 million in terms of the IT goods. It was not procured through SETA. It was the non-compliance that was identified in the prior year that continued again in the current year on the same contract. And then also the irregularities that was identified on the ABIS. This is also an old contract that is still continuing in the current year. Then the 4 million that was identified for IC, that was the new non-compliance in relation of the contract that has expired that we continued to use there. So there are no figures that we are looking into in terms of GPW in this pictorial. However, the rest of the amounts for the previous years do include GPW's amounts. So in terms of the consequence management, based on the prior year irregular expenditure, what we currently seeing there in terms of the closing balance, this is the amount that is disclosed on the annual report, including the opening balances. So what we are looking at here, we are looking at last year's 1.72 billion, which does include the GPW's amount. We are saying that in terms of that, the 9 million, which represent the 1% has been condoned or removed. Then there is the 32 million that is that investigation is still in progress. And then the 579 million where the investigation has been concluded. It's just waiting for donation. Then there is the 1.1 billion that has not been dealt with. So the amounts that are waiting condonation that relates to Home Affairs, and also for EC, and then also Home Affairs has got amounts that are still under investigation, and then the amount that is not yet investigated related to DPW. And the reason for it not being investigated was that the Loss Control Committee was only established now in April 2023. And then we do have some root causes and also key recommendations. So the main root causes that we have identified was that there was inadequate monitoring and implementation of action plans that were not effective, and then they did not address the repeat findings that was there relating to IT and then annual financial statements and compliance with laws and regulations. That ineffective monitoring of those action plans was relating to Home Affairs and GPW. Then the reviews that was performed was not adequate for them to pick up the errors and make sure that they are corrected before the annual financial statements was submitted for audit. That was for Home Affairs. And then there was no documented policies and procedures to guide this collection of fines and penalties issued in terms of the Immigration Act, hence the non-compliance there. Then there was inadequate business continuity plan and process combined with lack of adequate backup processes, leading to the data loss that has a critical financial impact on the financial information for GPW. Then some of the key recommendation was that the executive authority, who is going to be that chairperson of the committee that will be heading BMA, that they need to make sure that that executive authority is collaborating with the other entities to make sure that the operationalization of BMA is working effectively. And then DHA management and executive authority continue to define and monitor oversight activities on DHA and the ABIS project to make sure that there is no more delays that can be experienced there. And then there must also be regular monitoring and implementation of action plans to make sure that we improve GPW's audit outcomes and then also the IT environment. Capacitate the IT division to ensure that the critical skills are maintained and current recommendations are implemented for GPW and for Home Affairs. Then the ICT Directorate to be capacitated to support ICT services, and that the key ICT initiatives arising from DHA strategic plans are executed and monitored within the DHA program and project management processes. Then we also met with the executive authority. The way we did, from our discussion with him, we did source out some commitments from him. He did indicate that he will be the chairperson of that ministerial BMA task team there, where some of the recommendations are indicating that he must assist in making sure that this operationalization works well. And then the modernization of the projects, that he'll closely keep an eye on that to make sure that it continues. Whatever that has been implemented is being monitored there. Then the strengthening of the ICT environment of DHA, he did indicate that they have gone out to seek from other organ of state support in terms of the IT skills that is required for Home Affairs, and then also that he will continue to monitor GPW to make sure that they are implementing the recommendations and action plans that have been put through. And the overall message that we want to give to the portfolio committee is that success will be attained when the portfolio is characterized by robust financial management system, credible financial and performance reporting, compliance with applicable legislation, and commitment to ethical conduct by all. So for IEC, we are saying we do commend IEC for maintaining the status of the clean audit, and then the department still needs to improve its internal controls in terms of the preparation of the annual financial statements and the annual performance report. Then the GPW financial information remains unreliable due to continued impact on the continued impact of that system crash and that disclaimer of audit opinion. We do note that in terms of the ABIS project, there has been improvement, and then there has been some monitoring that's taking place there. And then we are saying that too, the department, they must continue in making sure that there is no more delays with that project. Then the performance targets relating to the BMA, there were some projects that were not achieved there were some performance targets that were not achieved in the current financial year that were in the APP of Home Affairs, and then the ICT environment for DHA and Home Affairs. We did find some IT security vulnerabilities that are there, and then also there are some legacy systems that are still in use that are not necessarily supported by their manufacturers. That is the message that we currently have for you for this audit outcomes, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, colleague, for good presentations and your work on the three portfolios. Members, this is a presentation from the Auditor-General on the work that has been undertaken. I'm going to invite members to comment, noting that we'll still have to deal with the three items that will be following immediately after they've summarized the audit committee, the Auditor-General. We'll invite Honorable Pillay, Honorable Lokota, Honorable Ross, Honorable Lukwase, Honorable Van der Merwe, and Honorable Bongani Bongo. In that order, Honorable Pillay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, let me welcome the report from the AG. And I'd like to hold off my discussions specific to the departments when they present. But just to say that we've noted the serious concerns that are raised by the AG in respect of certain departments. And we also applaud those that have improved and have continued to maintain good and clean audits. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Goto.
Chairperson, I think I welcome this report. I don't have any issue to raise at this point.
Thank you, Veteran. Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ross, congratulations again. Proceed, Honorable Ross. Matonsi?
Yes, Chair, I can hear you. Mr. Ross is still muted.
I thought it's on my side. Let me invite the
Chair, sorry, I had a trouble unmuting.
No, proceed, Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Chair. So Chair, the AG report, I mean, it's like Groundhog Day. I think we go back to the 19th of October, 2019. That's the first that this committee had of this kind of a report. And it's the same issues every year, which is a challenge for us. It's inadequate monitoring of the action plans or the implementation of them. The monitoring of compliance with applicable laws and regulations regarding revenue management, lack of ICT controls, and then no documented policies or procedures to guide the collection of fines and penalties. So the compliance with the laws and regulations is still a challenge for the portfolio. You know, and we look at things like immigration, for example, that the persons assessing permits and that did not have the legal skills, and more had to be hired. Persons with legal qualifications had to be hired. We had a CIO that took a long time to be appointed, and then the person didn't last long. They didn't seem to have the capability to do the job. And then we hired lawyers to sort out contingent liabilities, and years later, they still sit at over 2 billion. So a key challenge seems to be a lack of capability in the department. So if we go back to 2021, Home Affairs told us that a dynamic draft audit action plan was prepared and submitted to the Internal Audit Committee to validate the actions would address the Auditor-General's findings. So this was 2 years ago now. And progress against the plan was monitored at back to basics meetings, and reports were presented to the EXCO and the Audit Committee. And then any failure to implement the actions or provide progress reports resulted in consequence management. So that's what Home Affairs told us 2 years ago. Now, my question to the Auditor-General is, we hear this, and we are led to believe that these things are being addressed. We were told this, and it doesn't seem to have happened. So the day-to-day management doesn't seem to have happened. The consequence management didn't happen. And there seems to be an issue of capability as well. So my question to the AG is how do we strengthen this? Because we are asking for the audit plans. We do check up on it. We check up on them each individually. They report back to us. They say that things are on track. And then we receive these reports every year, and it's not on track. Then Mr. Rabonda spoke last year on the collection of fines and questioned whether the DHA had implemented effective steps to ensure that they were appropriate and adequate reviews to differentiate statements and avoid mistakes. And then he also said that the DHA needs to hold officials accountable, especially those responsible for preparing action plans and those not implementing them. And my question to the AG is to what extent has this been done? Then last year, we were also told by Ms. Saima, excuse the pronunciation, who was the senior IT audit manager of the AG, that the IT weaknesses have been raised since 2018, 2019. And one of these issues was the technical expertise around cybersecurity, which was key for both Home Affairs and GPW. And she'd seen weak ICT security posture at both of these auditees. Another issue was outdated infrastructure and operating systems. And she said that both Home Affairs and GPW need to create a roadmap for resolving the issues raised since 2018-19. So my question to the AG is, was this roadmap created? And did you see any progress on this roadmap? And then coming to an end, I think failure to respond to this year after year really has led to things like the data losses at GPW and the corruption that was allowed to take place in permitting, where IT systems are completely outdated and corrupt officials take advantage of it. So my final question to the AG, really considering the consequences, is have you seen the latest audit action plan? And does it effectively address all these repeat audit findings? Or if not, what is missing? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ross. Honorable Khwase. I know that you have a challenge network. Is he back, Honorable Mr.
Yes.
Matons?
Yes, Chair, I am in the meeting.
Sure, thanks. Can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me just follow you by welcoming the report and the presentation made to us today. But I share the same sentiments that thorough engagement should be made with the department and the entities affected by the report or what has just been reported. But let's note all the remarks made by the Auditor-General. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khwase. Honorable Merve Kocha.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you and all our colleagues. Chairperson, I think first and foremost, we note the report and thank the AG for their continued good work. And I think also we need to appreciate the fact that the IEC continues to achieve clean audits. However, Chairperson, I think equally of concern for us as a portfolio committee must be the ongoing disaster at the GPW. It's another disclaimer, third year in a row. And I share the sentiments of Honourable Roos in that it seems to me every year we get the same reports from the AG. In other words, we hear the same issues around compliance, around consequence management, around the issues of ICT, which doesn't seem to be resolved. And we can't be talking about a department, a Home Affairs department that's modern and secure if we don't have secure ICT systems. And also, I think the issues around the BMA that the AG is raising is of concern because it's something that I raised before. It's fine for us to be talking about the rollout of the BMA, but if it doesn't have the requisite staffing or budget, then we are really setting it up for failure. But those are the issues that we will, of course, be discussing with the various, with the department and its entities in a little bit. But I wanted to ask the AG, when we talk about the issue of the non-collection of fines, this has also been an ongoing issue. So it's interesting to me now that there's a new remedial action plan, which is the department is putting forward, because one would then ask the question, what would be different in terms of the previous plans that they gave us. But I want to know from the AG whether we've got a total number in terms of fines that have not been collected. In other words, do we have a number of money that is owed to us or to the state? Do we have an indication of how much is owed? And when we talk about the employees doing business with the state who didn't declare that they're doing business with the state, it was on one of the slides, in which level at the department do we find them? Are they at senior management level or are they lower down? If the AG can just give me an indication in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Van der Merwe. Honorable Bongani Bongo.
No, thank you, Chair. And good morning to all the colleagues. I don't have specific questions, but we note the certain improvements and we note the issues of compliance. I think what we'll do, we'll use the report as a yardstick against which we engage the entities and the department. And I think once more, want to thank the Auditor-General for the sterling work that they've done with this work of this important oversight that we're carrying. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, colleagues, for comments. Thanks, Honorable Bongo. for the comment, the AG for the steering work to complement our oversight as the portfolio committee. There are two issues which I want to get a sense from the AG. One is that the government printing works presented the ministerial review panel recommendation plan of action. As you recall, that the minister has appointed the team to look on the areas which you have identified in a previous financial year in your audit. Does the Auditor-General, because it appears that you're convinced that there's no improvement in terms of the areas you have recommended in the previous financial years, did the AG look on the plan or the recommended ministerial report and the plan that is already presented to the committee 2 weeks ago by the government printing works? And the portfolio committee took high appreciation of the work. And we took it to think your audit was within that financial year on the recommended of the ministerial review panel. I wanted to get your sense around that. The second point is already which we are battling with, and I think we are beginning to want to hold the minister to account. In fact, we must have the minister to deal with this issue, which continuously arises, the loss of data. And it becomes an area of cover on issues of weaknesses in government printing works. Do you think, as the Auditor-General, will get out of this mess once we've stabilized this area of the financial loss of data? And what are the audit committee, whether the audit committee in government printing works is in place or not? Because in the last conversation we had with the minister and the team, there was a commitment that there was an established team led by the Director General, the Treasury, and I think the Auditor-General. In order to move out for this area of disclaimer and the failure of some of the compliance issues, can you demonstrate whether we'll get out of this crisis, which you have articulated and members have raised concerns around that? I think that's one of my issues. And also to comment the continuous good work of the IEC in terms of the governance and also the improved work out of your recommendation by Home Affairs. There's an indication since we've interacted with the Auditor-General 2019 to date that the improvement that has been made and accounted for since you've made recommendation and the interaction we've made with this. So we must appreciate that those point areas. I know that we're still going to get a brief on the reports on the 3 entities, but want as an oversight body to complement the work of the committee. What is your assessment as we move forward? Thank you very much. You can, full fellow, you can lead your delegation in comment and response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. A number of the honorable members of the committee for the responses and the questions. Before responding to the question, I just want to first appreciate this committee, Chair. We have been working very closely with this committee year in, year out, and sometimes briefing the committee more than once in a particular year. And noting that the current administration and the term of this parliament is coming to an end, not sure if this will be our last engagement on this particular administration or there will be another opportunity. But I thought at this point we need to appreciate the quality of the engagement that we always get whenever we come to this committee, and also the our observation regarding the quality of the support that this committee gets from the support staff, the researchers, and also the secretary of the committee. We really appreciate that, because whenever we engage with the committee, we really we observe a committee that is interested in what we are saying, a committee that knows what we said last time and is able to link the messages between today and the previous messages. That's what we really appreciate, Chair. So Rufona is going to respond to a number of the questions and also facilitate who's going to respond to which question. I will come in only about 2 or 3 of the questions. Let me know about Rufona. Thank you.
Were comments. So I will start with the questions that was asked by now I can't see. I think it was Honorable van der Merwe. I will touch on the question relating to the non-collection of fines, where there was a question asked to what is the balance of these fines and penalties. So the balance for the fines and penalties in the current financial year, we are sitting with 273 million. And then from that 273 million, the 269 million of those fines and penalties have been impaired. Then when I'm still on the issue of the fines and penalties, the reasons why they are indicating that the policies and procedures are going to be drafted and all of that, we did raise a material irregularities in terms of potential financial loss in relation to the collections of these fines. So for this one, we did not only remain as the non-compliance that we've been reporting year after year, as it has been indicated that this has been with the department for a number of years. So from the assessment to indicate that year after year, we are issuing the non-compliance relating to these collections of fines. So in the current financial year, we did raise to say that from everything that is being done, we are seeing that there is a potential financial loss that the department might not be able to recover all these funds due to this non-compliance that is continually being raised. So that is the additional thing that we have done in the current financial year. Maybe to answer some of the questions to say what can be done differently to try and remedy that part. Then there was the question on the employees doing business with the state as to whether the employees are lower levels or not. I will respond to the ones relating to Home Affairs to say that for Home Affairs, it is non-SMS members. I'm not too sure if Eva Tulu will have that information at hand currently in relation to IEC. So if she doesn't have that, we will provide that information to the committee at a later stage. But for Home Affairs, it was non-SMS members, meaning lower staff. There was the question as to whether is there any improvements or not, same information comes through. If I'm looking backwards and looking at Home Affairs, I will say that Home Affairs has come a long way. And if I'm comparing Home Affairs with the last financial year, in the last financial year, when we are talking to the annual financial statements, we had 3 line items that had material misstatements that the department eventually corrected. In the current year, we are talking to 1 item or 1 line item that had material misstatement. And if I can sit and say that in terms of that line item, for me, for the current financial year, it was something that I would say did get the department off guard, in the sense that it was an allocation that was given to Home Affairs on the 31st of March, in terms of the allocation that they needed to give to RPPF. There was no actual cash that was transferred. to Home Affairs, and then they needed to account for that transaction. That has never happened before in the life of Home Affairs, and then it was something that they needed to apply technical skills in terms of how to account for that. So if that transaction did not happen, there wouldn't have been any material misstatements relating to Home Affairs in the current financial year. The issue that would have remained for Home Affairs is this collection of fines and penalties that we are dealing with, that we have now raised the material irregularities in relation to that. Then I think Bong Musa can come in to respond to GPW. Thank you.
And thanks, Lufuna. Greetings to the chairperson, greetings to the members, the officials from all respective entities, all protocol observed. In terms of the GPW questions, I think I'll summarize them as follows. Yes, there are questions around ITC action plan as to whether did we look into it, whether it does address the matters that are there. We have indeed looked into the MRP plan and the actions that have been indicated that they are being taken. You will note that in the presentation, we did reflect that while we are seeing some actions that are taking place, some of them have taken longer than expected to get to be resolved, mainly because it is the issues around the procurement of some of the activities. Amongst others, they have had to go and request a national treasurer to give them the exemption. You may also remember that the way moratoriums around procuring IT goods, whereby institutions would not have been allowed to procure IT systems. So GPW was also in the same scenario. So they have had to go through the processes of trying to procure these new systems that they will be able to enhance their environment. So the plan is there, but it is slow. It's not getting into the action as speedily as possible, but it's also informed by the capacity. You might also be mindful that at a time when they experience data loss, they also experience resignation at the level of CIO. And then they've appointed now the new CIO, which is currently implementing the actions, but the capacity is still weak at GPW in terms of implementing these issues that they have experienced, including the infrastructure that they have. So that is the area that we are still looking forward and wanting to see more improvement on it. We have also called upon Home Affairs to come and assist GPW with capacity so that they can be able to improve as speedily as possible. Without improvement in that area, we are really fearful that they may not be able to continue to manage the issue that are there. But the issue about data loss, we want to also emphasize that, look, it does affect you a lot because it removes all your historic information. To reconstruct it, it is not a one-year process. It can take a bit longer than that. Hence, we say, yes, we believe that if they continue monitor it and ensure that they rectify the matters that they have been raised, they can be able to move out of it, but they do need to have capacity to be able to respond to it. There has been a number of engagements between us and then as well as the involvement of National Treasurer in terms of resolving some of the technical questions and so on. We do believe that there can be more involvement of National Treasurer and faster involvement in terms of assisting them to deal with accounting issues. There are complications when it comes to accounting when you have a data loss, when you can no longer have information, when you can no longer retrieve it at all. It's the question of saying, can you either get some alternatives on it? And then sometimes you need a concurrence from National Treasurer to be able to do that. We do observe that there has been slow responses in some of the calls that they have been making, but there is also some slow actions that are being taken by management in terms of responding to the weaknesses in the system. Amongst other key observation is that you know that government printing works is transacting with all government institutions, and then it means it is government that is not paying government printing works. So all in all, we have even called government printing works to say, look, use your intergovernmental relationships to be able to collect the debts that you are owed, but also to validate the data that you have about who you owe and how much you who is owing you and then how much they are owing you. So those are the calls that we have said GPW can do more in terms of interacting with their sister entities and be able to retrieve the data that is expected there. So I think I can cover those ones in terms of what has been asked. Thank you very much.
Fellow?
Rufuna, can I go through Ada?
Can we go back to the issue of the ministerial review panel? Because we received a detailed presentation 2 weeks ago. And as I've indicated that the committee appraised the work that has been done. I'm trying to feature you on the recommendation of the AG that has been presented before us, whether the Auditor-General, and I get you that the reconstruction of this data loss will take longer. What is your attitude towards that, which the ministerial panel has recommended, with what you have done so far? Because that was done in the interim or in the period of conducting your audit, so that when we zoom, the committee zoom, and the concerns that members are raised, we're able firmly to understand whether we can get out of the crisis which all of us have now observed, given the recommendation of the ministerial committee. I just wanted to get that full fellow, so that at least we can identify the area of concerns, both the Auditor-General and the work that need to be undertaken by the executive of government printing works, because we ought to move towards the executive, the entire executive of the government printing works, because now we're even expressing that there's a lack of capacity that may influence the collapse of the government printing works. Follow?
Thank you for that. I want to check with Musa to make sure that maybe we have the latest information, right? Because since the time when the panel report was published, was given to us, we have been monitoring. We went through the report. We monitored the actions that were identified there, the recommendations and the remedial action. But in terms of what would have been presented to the committee last week, I'm not sure if Musa have had sight of that. Because if we have not had sight of that, the best thing to do, Chair, would be for us to go back, have a look at what was presented to the committee last week, match that against what we know and what we have gathered through our audits, and write back to the committee formally in terms of what is our view and observation on that regard. But before I can propose that, let me see with Musa if he has had sight of the presentation that was done last week.
Thanks, Mr. Rawoda. Maybe just in covering both of your insight and the question, I want to indicate that although we may not have had a sight of what was presented last week, but GPW has been presenting to the audit committee the progress that they are making over this plan, and we have been party to that committee. So we are mindful of what has been taking place. Reaction in terms of what we are observing, as you may have noted, what we are saying is that we do see the plan, we do appreciate it. We know that there is someone that is monitoring it on a monthly basis. Our concern is the slowness of the implementation of those actions that are there. We have even had to call a CEO and the management to explain, as to say, what causes the slowness in terms of the implementation, which is another question that we have asked them even a few months ago, as to say, can you tell us as to what is it that is making this plan not to go faster as we would expect it to go? That is the call that we have set. That is why you will see that in our recommendation, we are coming from the position of capacity and ensuring that they are able to implement it as speedily as possible. But we are also making an observation now around whether we should be able to bring it back and probably monitor it closely on our side, because GPW is monitoring it, is acting on the activities. But it's the question of whether are they responsive enough to be able to resolve the matters as quickly as possible, or there are bottlenecks where we must be able to come and provide more insight on it. Indeed, we have looked into it, and it's just about the slowness in terms of implementing what has been included there. The actions are, we are comfortable with what has been proposed, but it's the question of whether are you acting speedily enough to be able to respond to the challenges that you have. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair, does that address the question?
No, thanks. I think we're noting the response. We'll comment on that. Is there any other response you want to respond?
Yeah, I want to. I think one of the questions from Honorable Ross was talking to the IT environment and the weaknesses in Home Affairs, and I just want to highlight what we observed from our audit was that there was limited improvement under the ICT controls, where some of the issues that we raised previously were yet to be resolved, and we also noted that the control weakness that we noted was under the areas of IT governance, IT security management, and also the IT service continuity. So the biggest problem with Home Affairs, which is a risk that we're highlighting, is the continued use of obsolete systems. And that is why we are focusing or highlighting the ABS system and the related systems as under the modernization project as a key project, because we really think if those projects can be implemented successfully, they'll address a lot of these issues, because there are issues on ICT. Most of them are coming from the issues of the obsolete systems, which are creating risk in terms of business continuity, which can come from system crashes, and also risk of a vulnerability to attacks, which can come from hacking and all those things. So that is where that is the message around the ICT area, including the issues of governance and leadership, noting that there have been instabilities in terms of the leadership of that DDG role and IT environment at Home Affairs. Thank you.
No, thanks very much, colleagues, Auditor General, for your responses and also your side of recommendations, and how both of us, the AG and the Portfolio Committee, need to zoom on some of the critical areas. We do now understand, even if we still have to call you back, the attitude of the or your observation in particular towards the government printing works, and on how we need to, the committee and the minister need to zoom in that area. And want to thank you for having conducted for these three portfolios, IEC, government printing works, Home Affairs, including the Border Management Authority. Members will stand out the item. I will request members for guidance, which I will invite you to guide the chair, that we take the three presentations, Home Affairs, IEC, and Government Printing Works. Then we comment, now that at least we have a site from the Auditor-General, so that at least we manage time, but also allow members to comment on the issues. At the time we're going to comment, we'll just allocate time for members so that we don't limit our comment. I'm trying to lobby for guidance on this proposed members. I don't want to impose the process that the agenda has been noted.
Chair?
Yes, Honorable.
Chair, I think your proposal is sound. Let's take all three together and then ask our questions.
Okay, thank you. Any seconder?
Chair, I'll second that. Honorable Roos.
No, thank you. Thank you, honorable members. I don't think there's an objection on the proposal. Yeah, so we'll invite the DG immediately. Commissioner Mebs has requested to leave. Deputy CEO Shiburi will come in, and the CEO of Government Printing Works will be last. Then we'll take comments and questions on the report. In that order, Director General.
Good morning, Chair. I hope you can hear me. Mosi, if we can fly to the presentation. Once more, good morning to the honorable members, to the Deputy CEO of the IEC, Dr. Maseko Shipuri, the CEO of Government Printing Works, Mayor Alina Fosi, and of course, the colleagues that are joining me from this side. So we're presenting, Chairperson, the annual performance report of the Department of Home Affairs for the 2022-23 financial year. That's the first slide. Then the next slide will basically give you an outline of the presentation, which will speak to the mission, the vision, and the value statement. And then the second area will be what are we contributing in terms of government outcomes, and then the overview of the organizational performance of the DHA. And then we'll then zoom into the performance by program, and then the financial performance that the CFO will take you through. And then the way forward will be the last part that we'll deal with. So if we can move to slide number 3, just a reminder to the portfolio committee in terms of our vision, where we say that it's South Africa, where identity, status, and citizenship are key enablers of citizen empowerment and inclusivity, economic development, and national security. I'm not going to reiterate aspects that are captured in the mission. Safe to say that there are 4 areas that we want to focus on. One is that being an efficient and secure custodian of citizenship and civil registration. The second part is how do we then secure and strategically manage international migration, which is a key issue at a global level. The third area, related, of course, to how we manage international migration, is how do we efficiently manage asylum seekers and refugees. And then the last area, it's really to determine and safeguard the official identity and status of persons. The values that we embrace as a department are stated there, being people-centered and caring, patriotic, professional, and showing leadership, effective, efficient, and innovative, ethical, and having integrity. And of course, at all times, we must be security conscious and development orientated. If we move to slide number 4, we'll then demonstrate the outcomes that we contribute to. You'll recall that in the presentation by the AG, they spoke about the MTSF, and we contribute to 4 of the 14 outcomes. Of course, Chairperson, we do contribute to the other outcomes, but the 4 that we are expected to report on are 1, which is illustrated as 3 there. All people in South Africa are safe and feel safe. We contribute to that. And then the second area, it's decent employment through inclusive economic growth. And then 12, an efficient, effective, and development-oriented public service. And the last one is nation building and social cohesion. Of course, while these are the 4, we do make a contribution to almost all the outcomes that are listed, Chairperson. We'll then now move to the overview of the performance. If we can move to slide number 6. Slide number 6, Chairperson, gives a historical account in terms of how we've performed over the years. You'll note that by the year 2013-14, we were at our lowest. And then there's an improvement in 2014-15, sitting at 70%. And then for the next 3 years, 15-16, 16-17, 17-18, in those financial years, we were hovering above 80%. And then we took a decline again in 18 and 19, and then 19-20 back to 70s. And then in the 2020-21 financial year, that's the year in which the impact of COVID was being felt. We declined to 68%. And then the following year, 2021-22, we started an upward swing. You'll note 69%. And then in the previous financial year, which is the reporting period 2022-23, we're sitting at 71% of targets achieved. and 21 of those not achieved. The legend is at the bottom. Green is for achieved, and then red is for not achieved. If we can move to slide number 7, that then provides an overview of the performance of the department. You will note that the chairperson administration had 18 targets, and we were able to achieve 16 of those, translating to 89%. And then 2 targets, which translate to 11%, were not achieved. Citizen Affairs at 4 targets, they were able to achieve all their targets. And I suppose the key question is whether we're making an impact in terms of this achievement. And then Immigration Affairs, they had 4 targets, we were only able to achieve 1. Will detail some of the challenges and how we're navigating those challenges with regards to immigration. And then, of course, the BMA, it's out, but that used to constitute Program 4 and other activities. The 31 targets were able to achieve 31 out of that, 22 were achieved, and we're translating to 71%, and 9 were not achieved. So overall, Chairperson, we recorded a 71% achievement for the year under review. Out of a total of 31 plan targets for the financial year, we're able to achieve 22 of those targets. The 9 that are remaining equate to 29% in terms of non-achievement. And you'll note this is a 2% achievement as compared to the previous financial year. If we can move to the next slide, Chairperson, the pie chart, again, the legend, green, demonstrate what was achieved, and then red, not achieved. You will note that in that period, 71% of the targets were achieved, and then 29 in red were not achieved. So the 9 targets that were not achieved in the reporting period are spread across 3 programs. There were 2 in Program 1, 3 in Program 3, and then, of course, 4 in Program 4. Program 2, which is Civics, achieved all its planned targets for the financial year. Then we move to the next targets, which is where I'll focus on a bit in terms of targets that were not achieved, Chairperson. On the DHA framework bill, which would have been tabled in Parliament, this target was not achieved. You will recall, Chair, at one of the sessions where we were led by the Minister, we indicated the challenges that we have in the legal unit, to the extent that we then had to seek support from the state attorney's or Solicitor General's office. We were then assisted, but I think in terms of the timelines, we were only able to get the draft bill much later in terms of the reporting period. Currently, we do have a draft that we're working on internally to refine, so that we're then able to finalize processes internally, so that that can then be submitted to the government process or subjected to government processes up to Cabinet. And if Cabinet approves, then we should be able to send through the bill. On ABIS, of course, in the reporting period, we're not able to achieve this target. However, on the 9th of September, ABIS went live, and we're able to transact utilizing ABIS. I've noted the comments by the AG with regards to this. I'm happy to report that at the last JCPS meeting, the IGS report indicated that a number of entities are already starting to utilize ABIS, given the fact that we are now pointing towards that. The banks have already gradually started utilizing that as well. And of course, once the system is stable across, we expecting full utilization, and then we'll then move to the third phase, which will then mean additional areas are then added. I think this is quite an important development, given the challenges that we've had. We're now at a stage where we're now discussing with IDEMIA in terms of resolving the issue around the penalties. Now, the following targets, target number 3, I think that's listed as 85% of permanent residents finalized within 8 months. That was not achieved. 95% of critical skills finalized within 4 weeks. That was not achieved. Business and work visas, that was not achieved. Now, in this area, there are a number of challenges that we would like to highlight. One of them, it's related to the capacity in the permitting area. You will recall that in the business case that we had submitted to Treasury, the first one, the priority was to ensure that civics is well capacitated. Out of the 742 positions that we received from the funding, we're able to fund the majority of them being aligned to civics, and then a small component for IMS. So IMS remains under capacitated. What is it that we have done? We have now submitted a second business case to National Treasury. We met, I think it was 2 weeks ago, where they were reviewing that business case so that we have adequate capacity to address this area. In addition to that, we now are reprioritizing staff to add additional capacity in the permitting area, including getting colleagues in the provinces and the provincial managers to assist. We've all onboarded all of them. And then the other area, the officials that have just returned from our foreign postings in the missions, there's 15 of them. They will now be assigned to assist in the permitting area. And then, of course, we also engaging the various partnerships, or we're seeking partnerships from the banks with regards to verifications. You'll note, Chairperson, for permanent residency, you need the banks to provide verifications, whether it's the financial statements and so on and so forth. So the banks have responded positively. We'll now be providing them with data dumps so that they're able to verify overnight, and then it will then speed up the processes. The other area is, of course, the municipal statements that you receive to verify the addresses. We've engaged with SALCA, and they've responded positively. And then, of course, SAQA, whom we've been working with through acting DDG-HR with regards to the qualifications verifications. And then, of course, we now have an MOU with Universities South Africa. It's a forum that represents all universities in the country. We are then able to verify with them student registrations for study visas, and also for academics that will be seeking critical skills to work at these institutions. We also have a partnership with the DTIC, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, where we look at particular critical skills and business visas so that these ones are not delayed. So what we have done with the capacity that we have, we've sort of focused largely on the ones that are required for business and the ones that are required for critical skills. So that's what we've been doing. We have two streams. One, the first stream will be looking at backlogs that are historical, and the other stream will be looking at the new applications so that we're able to deal with the backlogs. And this is a plan that both the minister and the deputy minister approved a week ago for us to start implementing. And we hope we should be able to make a dent with regards to all these categories that I've referred to. Then the BMA rolled out at 46 ports of entry by incorporating frontline immigration, port health, agriculture, environmental functions into the BMA. Chairperson, you'll note that this is historical. By the 1st of April this year, all those functions had already migrated to the BMA. But during the reporting period, we're not able to finalize this due to the negotiations and of course, the engagements. This was a huge mammoth task in terms of engaging all the employees that were at various government departments. And then BMA rolled out in phases along 3 segments of the land border law enforcement area in terms of the border guards. Unfortunately, during the reporting period, we're not able to finalize this work. This has since been finalized. BMA assuming responsibilities for facilities management at 31 identified land ports of entry. Again, this took a bit of time following discussions with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. I'm happy to report that there's a lot of progress that we've made with regards to this area, including other stakeholders that operate at the ports, such as SARS. And then 9, the financial and contractual closure reached with bidders in respect of land development of 6 priority land ports. Chairperson, you'll note that in the month of, towards the end of August, the minister at a media briefing where we announced that we will be going out to the market through an RFP to look for bidders. That work is underway, and the number of bidders have already shown an interest with regards to this work. However, under the reporting period, we're not able to finalize the contractual agreements, which means the contractual agreements will only come after they've submitted their bids, have been evaluated by the various committees. So this then gives the committee an indication in terms of areas where we were not able to achieve. So when I go through the presentation, I should be able to go through areas that have identified permanent residence, critical skills, business, and general work visa. I'll avoid a repetition because I've already spoken about the intervention measures. If we can now move to program 1 in terms of performance, you will note that the annual target was for us to finalize this draft white paper, which is critical on the management of citizenship, international migration, and refugee protection, submitted to Cabinet for approval. We were not able to finalize this work, given the extensive consultations that needed to happen with various stakeholders. I'm happy to report, Chairperson, that while we have not been able to achieve this target during the reporting period, the Minister has since approved the white paper on the management of citizenship, international migration, and refugee protection. And the JCPS cluster of DGs have now approved this document, which means it's now moving to the Ministers' cluster. If the Ministers approve, it then goes to the Cabinet Committee. If the Cabinet Committee approves, it goes to Cabinet, and then it will then be released for public comment. That's the progress that I'm reporting on. However, under the reporting period, we're not able to finalize that. The second one, it's an area that the AG spoke about, 34 selected ports of entry equipped with biometric movement control system, or the BMCS. So we're making very good progress with regards to this. This target we're able to achieve. And part of the challenge is that the EMCS, which is currently in operation at some of the ports of entry, has aged, a point that was raised earlier. And therefore, we need to now move with speed to implement the BMS. And that's what we are currently doing through the support that we currently are receiving from SARS and, of course, the BMA commissioner as well. The next one, it's the enhanced e-visa system released in production. This target was achieved. It was released in production on the 17th of March, 2023. However, there are a number of areas with regards to the enhancement. We have actually asked DDG or Advocate Moitzi to do an assessment to look at the vulnerabilities of the system, given some of the challenges that we've encountered. And they are currently busy with that as well. We're able to achieve this target. The next one, the asylum seeker and refugee system developed onto live capture. I think this is an in-house development which we're able to achieve and related to the design specifications that had been approved. So this target was achieved. And the next one, it's on ABIS. This target was not achieved, and I think I've already illustrated the reasons why it was not achieved and what is it that we've done and where we are now with regards to ABIS. The 9th of September, I've said we've now gone live on ABIS. So we've made a lot of progress with regards to that. The next one is the DHA bill. I'm not going to repeat again. It's the same reasons. We have indicated the delays in the appointment of the legislative drafters and the capacity within the department. Let's move to the next one. The next one is the National Identification and Registration Bill submitted to Cabinet for approval for public consultation. This has been done. We have received comments from the public, and we're now finalizing it through a submission that will be submitted to the Minister and then through the Cabinet processes again, so that it's en route to Parliament. It's the same with the marriage bill. On the marriage bill, we received quite a lot of comments. Almost 11,000 comments were received on this bill. And again, we have consolidated those inputs. We'll now be submitting that to the Minister for consideration, and then follow the same process for government so that it can then be submitted to yourselves as Parliament for finalization. So we've made a lot of progress on some of these. So that will be the same for the OSBP bill. We've now received comments as well on the OSBP bill, very few objections. Again, we'll subject it to the formal government processes so that it's then submitted to yourselves for finalization. The next one is the DHA Communication Strategy Plan. We had a lot of engagements with the members of the media due to various issues that warranted us to have a presence in the media, including outreach engagements and then the campaigns that were overachieved due to additional areas that we needed to focus on. So that target was then achieved. The green paper, which was a precursor to the white paper, that was also achieved. If we can move to the next one, the footprint development strategy. We've had to revise this footprint because you will recall, Chairperson, that there are other areas that we've identified to make sure that we expand our footprint, such as the malls, such as kiosks and other offices that we're looking at in terms of developing, which are your modernized offices. So that footprint development strategy was approved by the minister, and therefore that target was then achieved. The next one speaks to the approved strategic accommodation requirements for the 2025-26 financial year, which we normally submit to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure as part of us implementing the DHA access model. We're able to finalize this work so that the DPW&I can conduct a feasibility assessment for the user immovable asset management plan. So that was also achieved. The next one, focus on DHA gender-based violence and femicide plan implemented. We're able to do this, including conducting awareness sessions. You'll recall that we also submit monthly reports to the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities. So 12 monthly reports were submitted to the department. And this is a target given the prioritization of this area that's continuing even in the current financial year. And then the next one speaks to misconduct cases conducted within 90 working days. I think we've seen an improvement in the process of handling these cases through two interventions. One, it was the training that was provided to our labor relations practitioners. We had a session much earlier in the year where we brought all of them under one roof for awareness sessions, but also we've built capacity in terms of bringing Honorable Rose additional capacity in terms of legal firms, and we've been able to finalize a lot of these cases quite quickly within the allocated time frames. So that target was achieved. The next one is the DHA business processes evaluated. I referred to this earlier to identify possible vulnerabilities to fraud, corruption, and security breaches. This work was conducted successfully by Counter-Corruption and Security Services. That enabled us to achieve that target. The next one is 66% of reported cases on fraud and corruption. That area was also achieved, sitting at 76.7%, more than the planned annual target. And I suppose the reasons for the deviation are around the additional capacity that we have. And then on the threat and risk assessment, this is quite key as well. We were able to overachieve the TRAs that were conducted, which are in line with your minimum information security standards and the minimum physical security standard, or MPSS. And amongst others, it was because of the deployment of officials from office to assist in the provinces, given the capacity constraints that we currently have. The next one speaks to the 400 vetting files that were submitted to state security. We're able to overachieve that target by around 365 because all border guards that were employed had to be subjected to the vetting exercise by SSA. And the bulk of those files were from the BMA. So that's how we've performed with regards to program 1. If we're to look at program 2 on citizen affairs, the target there was around 750,000 for births registered within 30 calendar days. We were able to overachieve by around 29,000 with regards to that target. Amongst others, it's the daily monitoring in terms of operations management of this target, which is done by the branch civic services together with the provincial managers on a regular basis. And then the next slide just gives you a flavor in terms of the graphic illustrations where we were in 2018-19. We were sitting at around more than 800,000. And then, of course, during the COVID-19 years, we took a dip to 751. Now we are on another upward trajectory. Of course, we took a dip again in the previous financial year. However, we've now increased awareness campaigns, but also the partnerships that were forged with COGTA under the Department of Health to make sure that we are able to capture birth registrations within the allocated period. So these slides, if we can move to the next one will be able to give you an indication of births that were captured within the 30-day period, which is the 779,012 at the top, and then at the bottom it's 190,922, 100,000. These are your LRB cases that range beyond the 30-day period. I think this slide just gives you a flavor in terms of what we've been able to do. The next target focuses on the smart ID cards that were issued to citizens 16 years of age. Our target was 2.2 million. We're able to achieve 2.6, overachieving by around 413,000. And of course, again, the reasons for overachievement are related to the daily monitoring and also the deployment of the mobile trucks to the various areas, including the support that we've been receiving from this portfolio committee. When you do make requests for those mobiles, that also is counted in this. If you move to the next slide again, it's a graphic illustration of how we've performed. You will note that we had a blended target which we were able to overachieve, and the performance that's illustrated with the upward swing in the color coded, I think it's brown, and then the other one it's blue. I hope I've got my colors right. So that's how we've performed with regards to the smart ID cards. The next one is on machine readable passport, 90%. Again, we're able to overachieve by 6.08%. This target, I think what is key, the key message here is that more than 664,000 were issued within 13 working days. Now, this depends on a number of environmental factors. If we have lesser load shedding, if our generators are able to sustain the high peak demands in terms of load shedding, and we are able then to finalize some of this within a very short period of time, and others were then finalized within 32 days. So that's how we've performed with regards to that. But I think the success is really the relationship that we have with GPW, which is led by the CEO of GPW and Mr. Sikama from our side, but also the service providers, the courier services, and also the local offices in terms of how we perform in this area. The next one, it's the same target, but however for children, again, we were able to overachieve that target by 9.25%. Again, the key message is that more than 100,000 were issued within 18 working days, and only a small number, 1,223, within 32 working days. And I think we are looking into some of these days, and including the performance of the targets, with a view as to how do we then ensure that we improve the efficiencies in all these areas. And at some point, for sure, we should be able to shorten the number of days within which we finalize this work. And then on immigration affairs, the 540 law enforcement operations that were to be undertaken, they were able to overachieve by 1,112. These were conducted in the various areas, in the various provinces, in Mpumalanga 124, Northern Cape 106, Northwest 97, Western Cape 83, Limpopo 70, Gauteng 69, Eastern Cape 26, KwaZulu-Natal 26, and the Free State. Now, the only key to us in being able to perform better in this area is through proper planning at a national level, at the net joints, and also the monitoring of how this is affected in terms of the local areas. So we're able to overachieve in this area, including some of the deportations that have happened under this area. If we can move to the next one. The next three targets speak to what I've spoken about. 85% of permanent residents applications finalized within 8 months. I've already indicated that we're not able to achieve this target, but it's the interventions that I spoke about earlier that we are deploying that will enable us to achieve better, which will include implementation of operations management, the daily monitoring of these targets, including the queries that we receive from members of parliament. We now have 3 meetings per week, on Monday, on Tuesday, and Friday, to specifically look at the queries that we're receiving from members of the public, from yourselves as members of this portfolio committee. And then the other area that I spoke about was an increase in capacity of staff, in particular those with legal backgrounds. We've done that. We've already employed 18 of them. And then I spoke about the submission of the business case to fill positions that we require. And then, of course, we are amending the delegations and regulations to address concerns raised by both the Vulindlela and the ministerial report on visas. And we continue to engage both the National Treasury and the presidency, because they commissioned Operation Vulindlela to look at areas where we can improve and also receive support. So I'm not going to repeat, because the reasons will be the same for the critical skills one that I've spoken about. The reasons will be the same for the business and the general work visa ones that I've spoken about. If I move now to Program 4, Institutional Support and Transfers. On the BMA one, BMA incrementally established through submission of pre-listing documents. This was done successfully. We're able to submit all the required documents to National Treasury, and of course the attendance of those MTech sessions and extensive staff consultations. I think I've spoken about the BMA targets that were not achieved, including the one that's on the deck that speaks to the BMA rolled out at 46 ports of entry by incorporating those functions. We've spoken about that area. We've now migrated to the BMA. If we can move to the next one, I suppose the key reason there was the issue related to budget constraints with regards to the recruitment of the 60 border guards that has since been attended to. And then the next one speaks to the responsibility for facilities management. Of course, this work needed to be preceded by an assessment. And I think we now have an MOU with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which was concluded by the BMA Commissioner and the acting DG at Public Works and Infrastructure. The next one, I've spoken about the financial and contractual closure reached with bidders. This can only happen after the response to the RFP. I'll now hand over the last portions to the CFO, who will then present to you on the other areas. CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson. We just changing seats, Chair. Thank you, DG. Chairperson, if I may start. So the department
the appropriation, the final appropriation was 11.096 billion rands. Of that appropriation, we spent 10.3 billion. It translates to a 93.7% spent. You will see that there are two major variances. The first one is on the program for institutional support and transfers, the 300 million, which Lufuno spoke about, the money that came through the second adjustments on the 31st of March, which is for the represented political parties fund. These 327 under program 2, Chairperson, that was for digitization. That was money that was classified as compensation of employees money, which we could not spend for the digitization project, the 10,000 youth. We have requested rollovers in respect of these two amounts, Chairperson, and we have paid the 300 million in April. Chairperson, we can ask that we move to slide 51. This is just to give an indication as to where the major underspending is per economic classification. Again, Chairperson, it's the 300 million under transfers and subsidies, and the 359 under goods and under compensation of employees, the digitization youth, 10,000 youth underspent. So, Chairperson, that's the outcome of our budget versus expenditure. I'm now going to go to slide 52, which is the revenue figures. So, Chairperson, we set ourselves a target of just over R1 billion in revenue collection. We did manage to collect 1.029 billion rands. Chairperson, also relevant is the 8.8 million rands for fines and penalties. That's what we collected. Obviously, we issue more than the fines. We issue more fines than what we collect, and that's the essence of a material irregularity, which we will deal with a little bit later. So, Chairperson, that's on revenue. You'll see that there was a significant increase in revenue collection from prior year, the 718 to over R1 billion rands. It's about a 30% increase. Chairperson, slide 53 is the unwanted expenditures. We didn't incur any unauthorized expenditure. The irregular expenditure is for the current year is 32 million rands, and that relates to the ABERS and foresight contracts. It's contracts that come from the previous years. And then fruitless and wasteful expenditure, 78,000, slightly down from the 91,000 in the previous financial year. Chairperson, the audit outcome, slide 54, is unqualified audit opinion with findings. It's the same as that of previous years. The stagnation the AG has spoken about. There were some improvements in compliance with legislation in respect of the annual financial statements, performance in the annual report, and procurement and contract management. But we also received a material irregularity on fines and penalties. Slide 55 just depicts this sorry, it's still coming, Chairperson. The material misstatement corrected is the 300 million. Lufuno spoke about, Chairperson. It's the misclassification on accruals and payables. There's an emphasis of matter paragraph in the audit report of 540 million that was impaired as a result of our inability to recover the receivables. So this is the old DIRCO balance. Chairperson, then there's a subsequent event, the port control function transferred to BMA. And then the AG also pointed out that the current and prior year figures for irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure are disclosed in the notes and not the movements. Slide 56 just presents the audit outcome in a graphical format. You'll see that there's improvements on annual financial statements, performance and annual report, also on procurement and contract management. So in other words, the 22-23 blocks became green. The one that's still red is revenue management, Chair, and that's where the material irregularity also lies. Chairperson, on performance information, slide 57, we were audited in 2 programs, as the AG has reported. There were no material findings in respect of program 2, citizen affairs. The material misstatements in respect of program 4 on the BMA were subsequently corrected, and that resulted in us achieving a lower outcome percentage at 71%. Compliance with laws, and next slide, please, as 58. Compliance with legislation, Chairperson, this is a material irregularity. Chairperson, it's basically saying that we did not take effective and appropriate steps to collect all money due. due to or for accrued departmental revenue. Significant portion of this amount is being impaired. It's over 90% which we impair, and this non-compliance has resulted in a likely financial loss, and the material irregularity has been issued. So, Chairperson, the next two slides, 59 and 60, is our action plan to address the material irregularity. This was also submitted to the AG as part of our response. This is also under assessment. I assume when the AG comes back, they will monitor us and check us as to whether we have taken the appropriate actions as we have indicated here, and also advise us as to whether these action steps will in fact address the MI. So Chairperson, the essence of the MI is that our response to the MI is that the BMA will be responsible for the collection of fines and penalties. We will deal with the historic basis and the impairments and deal with the possible debt write-offs and that kind of thing. So we were not going to saddle BMA with the material irregularity, but that function now resorts, the function of collection of fines and penalties at ports of entry now resorts with the BMA itself. Chairperson, slide 61 is just on the financial health. Debt collecting period improved from 48 days to 35 days. Debt impairment provision increased from 86.9 to 90.5. It's the issue about fines and penalties. There's no issues with the department settling its liabilities when they become due. Contingent liabilities decreased significantly, Chairperson, from 2.3 billion to 239 million due to a change in the method of estimating the contingent liabilities. Our cash in hand reduced from 1.4 billion to 1.2 billion because we've paid over the revenue we collected in prior years to the NRF. Chairperson, slide 62 is a pie chart that indicates the audit action plan, and this is the internal audit verification of our audit action plan. So internal audit, this is an internal audit slide, it's not ours. Management would have said we have completed all the actions. The internal audit found that we have completed 76% of the action plans. And this is also after a process of validating the action plan to make sure that the action plan will indeed address the AG findings. So, Chairperson, we are not at 100% when it comes to making sure that all our actions are implemented and implemented effectively to address the AG findings, but we are getting there. So, Chairperson, the last one is just on slide 63. As we have developed an audit action plan based on the 22-23 AG findings. This draft was presented to Back to Basics on the 14th of September. It was updated again, and we will present this final action plan to the EXCO to be held on the 23rd of October for approval. Thereafter, Chairperson, the action plan will be monitored in the manner described previously by the Honourable Roos. So that's what we do, Chairperson. We will also share this with the AG when they return for audit purposes. Chairperson, I think I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. And if I may hand back to DG. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. So the next slide is really the way forward, Chairperson. The first area that we speak about on that slide is the improvement in the management of projects and contracts. And then, of course, we'll continue to implement the recommendations that emanate from the Ministerial Committee on Permits and Visas, and of course, the Vulindlela reports to improve the management of the visa regime. Chairperson, with regards to the Vulindlela report at the last quarterly meeting, because this is an activity that's monitored by the presidency, we were sitting close to 70% in terms of implementation of the recommendations. The only areas that are outstanding, which I think this afternoon we are meeting with the Commissioner of SARS at 3 to look at two outstanding areas, which is the introduction of the remote work visa and then the point-based system. I think with regards to the trusted employer scheme, the minister has signed off. I think it's been gazetted. It's out for companies that are interested to show or to express an interest. So we're making a lot of progress with regards to that. And then, of course, there are other legislative areas that we will be engaging SARS with regards to changes that are required. So we're making a lot of progress in that area. And then the multidisciplinary committee appointed to implement recommendations of the LUBC Ministerial Committee, that work is ongoing. And then the IT area where we seek to reduce downtime and increase system stability. The engagement that we've had with CSIR has led us to us entrusting them with at least 5 offices that need to be migrated to an alternative network so that we're able to look at the performance of that network vis-a-vis the current one with SITA. We do continue or are continuing the engagements with the SITA MD with a view to look at what can be done in terms of the current situation. And then, of course, with regards to matters related to energy, we are, of course, also looking at alternative sources of energy so that we ensure that there's constant availability of services. And then with regards to M&E, the weekly meetings are continuing where we look at targets. We started immediately after the first quarter. So, Chairperson, the last slide is really to recommend that the committee notes the presentation. And then, of course, the last one is a thank you slide. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
No, thanks, DG and the CFO for the presentation. I'll now invite the Deputy CEO, Mr. Shiburi. Sorry, Mr. Shiburi, if we can invite Commissioner Pillay. I was advised that she's in our meeting to introduce the report.
Sure.
Thank you. I assume you're referring to me, Chair?
Yes, the Chair is referring to you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the IEC, we have DCO Shiburi to lead us in the discussion on our report for the Portfolio Committee. Over to you, Mr. Shiburi.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson, members of the committee, the DG, the CEO of Government Printing Works, and our colleagues in the AG South Africa. We appreciate the opportunity for the Commission to discharge its accountability obligation to the people of South Africa. We do this, Chair, by tabling the annual report, which does 3 key things. The first one is to account for our performance as judged against our constitutional and legal mandate. The second, Chair, is to provide a narrative of the manner in which we have used the fiscal resources that the country has placed at our disposal. The third important issue, Chair, that is worth mentioning is that, as confirmed by the report of the country assurance provider, i.e. the AGSA, the report will also tell a story of the efficacy of the IEC as well as of its forte of its internal controls. We will present the report in 2 formats. I will deal with the high-level performance matters, and the CFO will deal with the financial aspects of the report. By way of context, the reporting period was overshadowed by the work of this committee, including that of Parliament, related to the amendment of the Electoral Act in order to bring it in line with the judgment of the Concord in the New Nation matter in 2020. On the other hand, we are seized with preparations for the national and provincial elections that must take place before the end of mid-August in 2024. The slide that we're projecting now tells the following few things. One is that the work of replacing representatives will continue in tandem with preparations for the elections. This is so because, unlike in a period ahead of local government elections, there is no equivalent provision that places a halt on the holding of by-elections ahead of general elections. So it is possible that on voting day for the national and provincial elections, there could be areas in the country where you also have by-elections, or where you have by-elections very close before or just after the general elections of provinces and National Assembly next year. The reporting period, Chair, 120 by-elections were successfully held. None were set aside by a court. In the same period, we replaced 322 proportional representative councillors. These are councillors represented to represent parties, and their replacement is effected from a reserve list of those political parties. This slide also seeks to confirm that we are on course to be ready to deliver the election whenever it is called and no later than the 90 days from the end of term. Slide worth mentioning here, Chair, is that in the period under review, we have fell short of the target as they relate to voter registration of voters on the voters roll, and I will deal with this when we deal with the performance information. This slide is intended to communicate and illustrate that we have anticipated the implications of the amended Electoral Act on the operations and the environment of the Electoral Commission. In this regard, we are making plans to accommodate the 3 ballots that are authorized in terms of the Act, and the Commission has also adopted a ballot design to anticipate the increased number of contestants as a result of the participation of independent candidates, as well as an increase in the number of registered political parties. If we have political parties in excess of 48 in any election, unavoidably, the Commission will have to implement a ballot paper that is set out on 2 columns, side by side. And we know that that will have an implication on the manner in which voters cast their ballot. It may end up with inadvertently miscast ballot or spoiled ballot. So our voter education is alive to those realities and must respond, particularly to deal with balloting education as it relates to a different and varied ballot for the first time in this election. The next slide, Chair, introduces us to the performance information for the period under review. As stated by the AGSA, the Commission has once again attained a clean audit. It is perhaps apposite at this juncture, Chair, to pause and acknowledge the guidance of the committee, acknowledge the guidance and assistance of the Auditor-General South Africa, and also the contribution by the Ministry and the Department in ensuring that not only are the legal and institutional independence of the IEC respected, but that they are manifest in that in day-to-day operation, the Ministry and the Department seek to enhance and to fortify the manifest independence of the Commission so that it can do its work as demanded in the Constitution. Now move to summarize our performance. At the global level, there are 14 targets cumulatively. We have achieved 9. We fell short in 5. In the slides that follow, we explain where we've come short, and we will not waste time to deal with areas where we have been successful in performance. There are 4 programs, and these are presented in turn as follows. In program 1, which is corporate services, we have fell short of 2 targets. The first one relates to the uptime of our IT systems and our applications. We account for this against the number of hours that our systems must be up. We intend to be up for a period of 2,223 hours a year, and we have only we had planned to be up for 2,223 hours. We've only achieved 2,042 hours, which is a shortfall of 5.18%. So that performance, that target is not achieved. The second target is not achieved in the area of corporate services, Chair, relates to our ability to fill funded positions on our organogram. We were on course to fill the positions until the service provider who was contracted to help us with the verification of employees that we provide withdrew their services because they could not perform, and there was no point in enforcing specific performance because clearly they indicated their inability to perform in terms of the SLA. So in program 1, we have 4 targets. We fell short on 2. In program 2, which is the electoral business aspect of the business, there are 2 targets in program 2. We did not meet the target on the number of registered voters. We fell short by 131,332 voters to reach the target. The explanation there is that, Chair, owing to the COVID pandemic, we came from a period where there's been a high net decrease in the number of registered voters, and that in the intervening period, there has not been a general voter registration at the level of a voting station. We all know that outside an election, we experience what we call a net decline on the voters' roll, and we only recover in a period where there are 2 registration weekends and when there is an election imminent. So in program 2 of the 2 targets, we've only been able to achieve 1 target. In program 3, there are 5 targets and 2 were not achieved. The first one was the number of research initiatives. We fell short by 1. And the last one relates to the number of callbacks. This target, in our view, we are of the view that we have achieved. However, we could not evidence it because the service provider on whom we rely for evidence suffered a system crash owing to load shedding, and they could not give us corroborated evidence in respect of other instances that we required for purposes of audits. In program 4, Chair, we record that we have achieved all the targets. Program 4 speaks to party funding, the work that we do in party funding. With your permission, Chair, I would wish now to yield to the Chief Financial Officer to deal with the financial aspects of the report. Don?
Thank you, CEO. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I think all protocol has been observed, so I will get into the presentation. If we can really go into the financial statement, you would have seen that our total assets are sitting at 2.7 billion. I'll unpack what has increased it. Our total liabilities are sitting at 423 million, and then our accumulated surplus is sitting at 2.28 billion. If we go into the detail of the financial position, historically known as the balance sheet, you'll see that our current assets increased by 99%. This can be attributed to the 1.8 billion that is sitting in our bank accounts, which is as a result of our straight lining, but also I'll explain in the expenditure why it's also higher because of our spending trends. If we swiftly then move along to the trade and other receivables, you'll also note that it has decreased by 6%, but it's also important to note these are long-term in nature. We're not a trading entity where we've got trading debtors, and these really relate to office accommodation. And it's quite a stagnant balance. Our non-current assets have also decreased by 6%. This is with regards to the 881 million, which is a result of the depreciation on the VMD. This is a normal accounting treatment where we write off a certain portion every year as a result of usage of an asset. If you then move into our assets, our property, plant and equipment has increased by 18 million. And in addition to that, we also had intangibles that amounted to 23 million that were also increased. What we also did is, to achieve a fair presentation, we had a look at our intangible assets and the accounting treatment and the manner in which that we account for the write-off and the amortization, and we did pick up an error. So we have corrected that error that resulted in changing the manner in which we write off the intangible asset. If we then move to trade payables, those have also increased by 5%, which is not really significant in comparison to the year before. If we can then move on to the next slide, we'll see the statement of financial performance, which is known as the income statement. Revenue has increased. Revenue is 2.2 billion. Expenditure is 1.47 billion. And then the surplus is sitting at 818 million for the current year. Highlights of our financial performance. While revenue and expenditure for the IEC is really seasonal based, so the biggest cost driver when it comes to expenditure is really has to do with the activities of that particular period. You would have noticed that in the current year, it was a non-election year, so there's less activities. We also had instances where the Electoral Amendment Act bill was also approved. And also with regards to National Treasury, there was delays in procurement resulting in us underspending significantly. And those were the huge impact in how our income statement is reflected in this year. Employee cost, there's an underspend of employee cost. This is really due to permanent staff vacancies not being filled. It also targets that the DCO has just now elaborated. Goods and services, I'm not going to regurgitate. It was really driven by the impact of delayed procurement as a result of changes coming from National Treasury. And then the depreciation and the amortization and payment, these are normal accounting treatments that we see every year that come through. Nothing really to emphasize on that. The next slide is just a graphical depiction of our revenue versus expenditure so that you can really see and visualize the trends that we have. If we then move to the next slide, just a clear indication of how you can cut and dice the expenditure for the current year. Significant portion going towards employee cost, professional services, and then the rest are really smaller. Keeping in mind it's a non-election year. So next year, when you do look at the same trends, it'll be a completely different picture because of the activities. If we can then swiftly move along to compliance with laws and regulations. In the current year, National Treasury did issue a new instruction which had a huge impact on the nature of our disclosure in the financial statement. Historically, we would have brought in the balances, but the current disclosure requires us to only show what is incurred in the current and the prior year. If we then move to the next slide, you'll then see that for the year 2031 March 22, which is the prior year, our irregular was significantly higher, as well as our fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We've made huge improvement in terms of the non-compliance. The fruitless has decreased by 97%. It's now sitting at 7,000 Rand value. The irregular has also decreased by 83%, sitting at about 4 million Rand. And the nature of the irregular expenditure that has been incurred is really relates to our local offices accommodation. This is our preferred location coming from the previous years, and this is because it's affordable. It also gave easy access to the public. But due to administrative issues and issues in change in municipality, we still carry then the issue of the irregular. But we are in discussions with National Treasury in dealing with the irregular expenditure that has been incurred on the local offices. Thank you, Lucia.
Thank you, Chairperson. That concludes the presentation of the Commission.
Thanks very much, Commissioner Pillay. Thanks very much, Ndasiburi and the CFO for this presentation. I will now invite the Government Printing Works CEO, Fosi.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues. I'm going to be presenting the annual report for Government Printing Works for the financial year 2021-2022. I'm with members of EXCO as introduced earlier. I need to report upfront that on the annual report for 22-23, the Minister has sent letters to Parliament, both to the Speaker of the National Assembly as well as the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. If I could request the Secretariat to share the presentation on our behalf, I will appreciate it, Chair. Okay, thank you very much. If we go to the next slide. I think we need to go straight to the purpose. Let's pass this one. This is just a presentation outline. We're presenting the annual report. Let's go to the next slide. Chair and honorable members, we appreciate the opportunity to present the annual report to the Portfolio Committee. And we upfront indeed appreciate the support that we've received from the committee in its oversight role. The annual report for this financial year represents progress that has been made in achieving the performance targets set out in our annual performance report, which is the APP, for the year under review. We had a total of 18 targets set for this financial year. 13 of those were attained and 5 were not attained, and that translated to a 72% achievement. The remaining 5 targets that were not achieved relate to the implementation of the reviewed security model, obtaining a clean audit opinion, the attainment of 10% net profit margin, submission of annual financial statements and in-year monitoring reports by the stipulated timeframes. The targets within the branch financial services are mainly the ones which were affected by the system failure and the data loss, which was experienced previously. However, plans have been put in place to address these challenges that contributed to the non-achievement of these targets so that we can improve on the overall performance of government printing works. We have also, under the year under review, enhanced our internal capacity with skills professionals to support us in the execution of these plans that we've put in place, particularly in the areas of finance, ICT, and legal services. We continue to strive to align our operations to strategic goals that contribute to the national government outcomes as set out, as well as objectives in the NDP. We have actually seen a gradual increase in revenue generation post the relaxation of COVID lockdown restrictions, and this has positively enabled GPW to sustain its operations through the revenue that has been generated. In the year under review, we've seen the introduction of the investigation by the Ministerial Review Panel, which was appointed to investigate all the circumstances surrounding the ICT system crash. And GPW has developed plans, and it's busy implementing the recommendations from this report, and we continue to monitor this. In the next slide, I refer to the challenges that we had experienced. We had a catastrophic incident, which was a hardware crash of the EVA hardware that contained systems. And these were critical systems such as our financial management system, which is the Dynamics AX, as well as the e-Gazette. And that critical data was lost on the 4th of February 2021. And we recaptured the data. However, we found that that same data also was affected by the subsequent failure. And I need to indicate that this data loss left a lasting impact on government components' ability to produce credible financial statements and ultimately the timeless tabling of the annual report to Parliament. The knock-on effect of the loss of financial information will remain with GPW over the foreseeable future, but management has developed focused mitigating plans to address challenges relating to the risk of systems. I need to indicate that GPW is to date 135 years old, and it has experienced a myriad of challenges in the past. But I'm happy to report that The dilapidated ICT infrastructure, and I'm talking to the issue of the catastrophe that we have experienced. The dilapidated infrastructure that we've inherited, this is being addressed, and the CIO will talk to this at a later stage, because most of the infrastructure at this point has been actually replaced, and we continue to implement the migration plan to deal with this challenge. The legacy systems that we also have inherited, this current management has inherited, which were mainly the sole proprietary systems with a lack of backup capacity, is being also addressed. And as Bongmusa from AGSA has correctly pointed out earlier, we have approached the IFMS unit in National Treasury, which had placed a moratorium on the procurement of IT systems. And we have been granted permission to actually procure our own ERP system. And we are in the process of doing that. So it will be important for us to actually consolidate that data into the new system, and that will actually help us with not having the risk of further data losses as well as system failures. Further to that, AGSA also indicated the lack of capacity. We've inherited an organizational structure which had no capacity for, no provision for additional capacity. I'm happy to also announce that we've revised that structure, and it has been implemented post-approval since the 1st of April 2022. The unsecured ICT systems, which made GPW ICT security vulnerable to attacks. I need to indicate that the catastrophe was partly also as a result of that legacy system, which enabled remote access or connectivity of our infrastructure, of our network, and that has been addressed, and we've disabled all the remote connectivity so that GPW ICT systems and network can be secured. Of importance, we've reported to this committee before that we had a lot of evergreen contracts, the sole suppliers with lifelong contracts with no end in sight, some of which were actually locked in dispute resolution mechanisms based on international laws. I need to report that to date, we have no evergreen contracts in GPW. We have regularized all of them, and those that didn't sign the addendums, we have actually canceled them. So we have made strides in trying to make sure that all these challenges are addressed, and we continue to do so. But in order to address these challenges, we have been engaging critical stakeholders such as the National Treasury, the OEG, and as well as the AGSA, as acknowledged earlier, to address all the specific challenges. But we have plans internally to address all this to make sure that we stabilize the environment. If we move to the next slide, this talks to the actual performance by the component, and the summary is as follows. As indicated, we had a total of 18 targets for the financial year under review. The Office of the CEO had 3 targets planned. Branch operations and production had 5 plans, and all of those targets were achieved. The branch strategic management had 4 targets planned, and only 3 were achieved, with 1 in the security environment not being achieved, which relates to the implementation of the reviewed security model for government printing works. Branch financial services, which was the one adversely affected by the system failure because Dynamics AX contained the financial management system as our ERP. 4 targets was planned, and out of those, only 1 was achieved and 3 were not achieved. And as I've already mentioned them, I'm not going to repeat them here. Human resources had 2 targets, and 2 of those were achieved. I will explain as I go through the slides on the specifics with regards to targets which were not achieved in that regard. The next slide just talks to the overall summary in that, so I won't repeat that. Let me go through the actual progress per branch. The first one was more in the ICT environment, where we needed to see 100% of security vulnerabilities mitigated as detected by security assessment. And that has been achieved because we do patching on a monthly basis to make sure that all vulnerabilities are actually detected and dealt with. To allow me to speak to the issue of uptime or system availability, we have put all measures in place to make sure that our systems are up and available for production purposes. Against the 95.5% that has been targeted, we attained 98.07% of system availability. Be that as it may, we need to acknowledge the fact that the the data, the system crash of 4 February 2021 taught us some hard lessons, and we have learned from that. We have tried to recapture the data, but our SQL database also crashed in March. But what we have done, we have put in place specific plans, which we call the migration plan in this regard for ICT, to make sure that we migrate out of that catastrophic situation, and all the internal controls within this environment would be implemented to make sure that we don't have to come and report another data loss. Supporting schedules in finance were also lost, but we actually meted out consequence management on those actually affected by the or those that we felt could have actually done better to avert the SQL database. And we have started the process of rebuilding the data, and the backup infrastructure has now been procured and on site. We are backing on-prem as well as remotely, just to make sure that we secure our data and we are able to save and restore it back into operation. We have also we've commissioned a forensic investigation, and that is still underway. We will report on it when it's actually completed. And as the HSA has also confirmed, we've beefed up capacity, although it's still not enough. We are still filling posts in that area, but we've advertised all the posts. The new CIO has been appointed, as well as a number of posts in the management structure have been filled. The only challenge that we're left with is to prove whether there was elements of sabotage in the data loss for government printing works, because if you look at the tendency, the two crashes happened just shortly before we could conclude on our financial statements. And that is what we need to establish in terms of what actually happened in that regard. On internal audit, we have planned 90% of the internal of the approved plan, and 94% of that was achieved, so we overachieved that target. Branch operations and production, this is our core branch in the next slide. And as you can see, Chair and members, we had planned to have 100% of ID documents or cards delivered in line with the client specifications. Similarly, with the travel documents, examination papers, government gazettes, as well as high security certificates. In the execution of these targets, we comply to ICAO standards that dictates how GPW should actually render its service. And DG has actually acknowledged that it's a collaborative effort between us and Home Affairs in making sure that we deliver. And it is actually showing a strength that GPW has been able to deliver on its mandate, so that we are able to sustain the operations. We've printed all the passports, as well as IDs, examination papers, and security certificates allocated to GPW by customers. The gazettes continue to be printed out throughout COVID-19 period, where the regulations were printed. Each time the state president made an announcement, we were able, even under strict lockdown regulations, to print all the regulations and publish them on the system, and they were available for the public as well. And I'm happy to also announce that the e-gazette system has been fully re-automated, and it's live as at the end of September. So we can print gazettes online and publish them. And that demonstrates business continuity. ICT steering committee is also in place, and they're monitoring the processes in that regard. So we have made strides in making sure that we deliver on our mandate to ensure that there's business continuity within government printing works. Under strategic management, we have had a target of ensuring that the current communication, integrated marketing and communication strategy is reviewed, as well as its implementation plan. That has been done. If we move to the next slide, Lucy. And that has been done. And this is a strategy that enables us to expand our footprint beyond the borders of the Republic. And we actually have managed to do that. Follow-up engagements conducted with 8 potential customers in the SADC region. We have to date actually engaged all the SADC countries. And for the year under review, we have engaged 11 potential customers from the SADC region. And this has actually culminated in us signing MOUs with Namibia as well as with Kenya. And we have actually started printing documents for Eswatini as well as Namibia, which is a good sign. And there's prospects for business with other countries that we have been engaging in this regard. On the implementation of the business continuity plan, very, very important, because after the catastrophe and then some lesson, we developed the business continuity policy, strategy, and plan to enable GPW to be resilient to the challenges. And we've established teams such as the Crisis Management Committee, emergency response teams, so that we are able to respond within the reasonable time following the catastrophe. The target that was not achieved pertains to security management. If you go down, Muzi, it was mainly the implementation of the reviewed, the target on security. If we go back, it was just hidden from the slide. Security management. The reason why we didn't achieve the target is because of the decision that we took as management to subject our tenders to probity assessments prior awarding the tenders. And the delay was as a result of that target in particular meeting the standards set by the probity auditors. However, we have since finalized this, and we will be moving into the procurement of the ISO, the service provider, to assist us with the development of the ISO standards. If we move to financial services, as I've indicated, this was a branch that was adversely affected by the data loss. We couldn't achieve the target of attaining an unqualified audit opinion for the 2020-2021 financial year. However, the CFO will demonstrate in his presentation later on, Chair, through your indulgence, because I'll be co-presenting with him as well, and of the specific plans that we've put in place to ensure that we move gradually towards that objective. The 3 positive working capital ratio maintained has been achieved. The norm across the current norm is basically 2.1, but we have achieved 5.2 as against that. So we'll continue to actually enhance our achievement levels in as far as that is concerned. The 10% net profit margin, the target was not achieved due to the transactions which were not on the financial system. We had to depreciate some of our assets, as well as on the cost of sales, including the amount that we had to surrender to National Treasury, which has actually impacted on our baseline. National Treasury had requested GPW to surrender for an amount of 499 million, which had to be taken out of the retained earnings and declared in our income statement as opposed to our balance sheet. So that has actually had a negative impact on the net profit margin. And we were also, due to the data loss, because we're still rebuilding the information, not able to submit our in-year monitoring statements within 30 days after conclusion of each quarter because of that. But despite these challenges, I need to indicate that GPW remains a going concern, because we have not actually received an allocation from the fiscal since 2013. And ever since then, we have been financially liquid, and we have not actually approached Treasury for a bailout. To this effect, we have been able to show profitability levels because the amounts that we've been surrendering to National Treasury. In 2017-18, we surrendered 200 million, 18-19, 300 million, 19-20, we were asked to retain all our earnings. That was following COVID. In 2021, this is the amount I'm talking to, of 499 million. And for the 2021-22, Treasury has actually requested GPW to surrender 695 and 77,000, 695,000 million and 77,000 to National Treasury as our contribution to the National Revenue Fund. I guess this is an example of an entity that is financially sustainable, and we will continue to make sure that we don't approach National Treasury for a bailout as we expand our footprint into SADC, as well as other countries, and locally as well, because we plan to open offices in other provinces such as KZN, Free State, as well as KZN, Free State, as well as Mpumalanga. As we move to the next slide, Chair, we're talking to the annual financial statements. And at this point, allow me to hand over to the CFO to present the financial position of the organization. Thank you, Chair.
Morning, Chair and members. Thanks. Thank you, CEO. I will talk to the financials. I think just as a preamble, just to say that we submitted the 21-22 financials late, and was due to the effect of the data losses. The audit report was signed off on 20th of September, and we managed to eventually submit the 21-22 financials in December, and that was signed off in July of this financial year. We did receive a disclaimer of opinion both in the 2021 and 21-22 financial years, mainly because of the sub-ledgers that could not be supported, that resulted in limitation of scope. I think CEO has spoken about the recapturing data, and the pleasure we had was to churn out the financials in a very short space of time, which we managed. We can report that for the current year under review, the 22-23 financial year, we have submitted those financials on time. So we are catching up in terms of the PFMA requirements and the PFMA statutory requirements relating to that. The issue that we will continue to have is the knock-on effect that this will have in the coming financial years. And we've had significant consultations with the National Treasury, with the AG, and even with the Accounting Standards Board lately in terms of addressing those challenges. And many of those challenges would come from either an exemption which wasn't granted, so we need to look at an additional or contingency plan on that. And secondly, there are some technical issues that we need to sort out between ourselves and the AG on this matter. But we can report that the Accountant-General's office has come to our aid to some extent. They've made resources available, and we have an ongoing agreement with them to deal with that. We have also developed the plans to address the audit issues pertaining to that. Many of them are legacy issues relating to this data crash that we had, and others we can deal with in-house or in-year. The big issue is going to be that if we do not have some sort of agreement on how to deal with this loss of data and opening balances, we're sitting with the potential of having this for quite a number of years going forward until the opening balances sort of get eroded with the samples that will be drawn by the AG. Let's look at the next slide. Okay, so we've done a comparison between the variances of 2020, 2021, and 21-22. The ones in red are still disclaimer items. And we have, as I said, we have presented even to the OAG a plan on how to address them with some recommendations. And hopefully our engagements on that will deal with quite a number of those. We can look at the next slide, thanks. So, Chair, you can see the variance in terms of property, plant, equipment was just about 1%. This is mainly because of the reversal of impairment and losses that we've had. And we've also looked at our depreciation based on useful lives. We still do have a technical disagreement with the AG on this matter that we are dealing with. But on this one, GPW unfortunately has not done asset counts for quite a number of years. We started doing this for the year under review. The year coming now, the 22-23 financial year, we've actually done some water walls, but there is some cleanup that still needs to be done in terms of property, plant, and equipment. On intangibles, the EGZ system was affected by a system failure, and we actually had to write off that amount of the re-automation. So there was about 11 million move in our non-current assets on the statement of financial position. Next slide, please. Our payables from exchange transactions, the decrease was mainly as a result of our improved payment of our creditors. So we are paying well within 30 days. We've got very few outside of that. We're sitting at the moment with a disclaimer based on the comparative numbers. We're comfortable that we've dealt with the in-year matters in terms of reconciliations, that the comparative will still remain with us. The provisions is quite huge, 509 million versus 4.3 million. mainly that relates to the provision that we have to surrender to the National Treasury. So we provided for this in the 21-22 financial year, and the actual expense came through in this financial year. The matter that we raise with National Treasury on this is that they directing us to recognize this as part of expenditure, although we feel it should come from our retained earnings. And if this trend continues, Chair, then we will see our losses sort of increase year on year. And as it stands now, Treasury is looking for another 670 million for the current financial year, which will make our position much worse. Our lease liabilities had a smaller decrease in operating lease agreements, and you can see that our total liabilities has then increased by about 41 million because of the additional provision that was made. Next slide, please. Our capital funds stayed the same. Our accumulated profit decreased by the total of the net loss and the provision that was made, and that in total accounted to 354 million, which was about an 8% loss or deficit that was then realized. Next slide, please. Just looking at our financial performance, you will see that the revenue for 21-22 came to 1.1 billion. It seems significantly higher than the other year. But you will recall that in 2021 there was an impact of COVID and all budgets had to be reduced. Our cost of sales, mainly at the moment, is a result of our legacy issues. When the system was recovered, it did come back with certain balances, one of which was a credit of 260 million on cost of sales. The issue there is that the job tickets are still open, and for us to close them, it will have a direct impact on your cost of sales. And this is one of those technical matters that we have to discuss with our National Treasury to find an amicable solution. I think we are happy that the background journals that the system does and the rules that the system do apply are sound, and those have been tested. But we do still sit with this legacy item that's going to have a huge impact on our cost of sales going forward. Next slide, please. So the operating expenditure had some increase, about 41%. Because of the increase, after COVID, we actually had more expenditure coming through. The operating surplus before provision stood at about 107 million, or 145 million rather. But when you discount the surrender that has to go to Treasury, then that takes us into a deficit position of 354 million. And as I said, potentially the treatment of this can put us into a bigger deficit in following financial years. Next slide, please. And just looking at our budget versus actual, Chair, you'll see we budgeted 1.4 million for revenue, 1.2 was realized. And our cost of sales is a direct relation to our revenue generation. So that will also result in a decrease of cost of sales. Our general expenditure was at a variance of 25 million. There was some impact of the filling of positions, but not all positions were filled during that financial year. Unfortunately, with our capital expenditure, we're sitting in a position where we still need to do quite a number of specifications or finalize specifications for capital expenditure. And this also relates back to our master plan program, where we need the actual premises to have the equipment installed. But we are moving in terms of the new ABSA building and the master plan. And as far as we are concerned, we do have the procurement plan in place to do that procurement as soon as we are able to have the premises secured. Next slide, please. I think that's the last one. Chair, thanks. I'll hand back to the CEO. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you very much. If you allow us to just proceed, I will be requesting the CAE, our Chief Audit Executive, Ms. Constance Chibambo, to present our position on audit matters. I need to upfront indicate that we acknowledge all the findings raised by AGSA as presented here today, but also during all our engagements internally, and indicate clearly that post-audit action plans have been developed, as well as the internal audit matrices, and have been submitted to AGSA, and they are being implemented to make sure that we resolve the findings by both internal audit as well as AGSA. However, I will allow the CAE to take us through the next section through your indulgence. Then I will come back to present the last slides on the recommendations of the MRP as well as risk. Thank you, Chair. Through you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Sorry, Chair.
No, saying that you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. From our side as internal audit, we capture a database. Can I speak to the previous slide? We capture a database of all the findings that are being raised from all the audit engagement that we do from our side, as well as what AG has raised at the end of their audit once they've issued a management report. So basically, we accomplish that by doing appropriate validation. We do verification, we do testing, we discuss with management issues that we need to discuss so that we can get to the bottom of the essence of this root causes, and then we determine if management has actually effectively put management action plans to respond to those audit findings or to implement the audit recommendations or action plans that they've developed in resolving these issues. So once we are satisfied that management has adequately addressed these root causes and effectively put action plans in place to resolve these matters, we consider these cases as closed. So currently, we have noted that there is a volume of findings that are still in progress. They have started, management has started putting some activities into place in resolving most of the audit findings that are actually active. And that goes across all the various branches within GPW. So what I need to point out is that before I speak to the next slide, I need to specify that the last audit that was performed by AG for 2021-2022, we received a report at the end of July. And out of that report, 94 findings were raised by the AG at that particular time. And the slide that I'll be speaking to after this one, we have not covered all those 94 findings that were raised now in 2023. So you can move to the next slide, please. Just to, this is an overview of the work that we have done. So what AG raised in 2021-2022 around July was those 94 findings was a composition of findings from finance, which is in the volume of about 74 findings raised in finance. So currently we have captured 120 findings within finance. And this is inclusive of the 74 findings that AG has raised from these 220 findings. However, the follow-up that we've conducted is on the previous findings, which makes an amount of 140 findings. So from the 140 findings that we have since assessed, we can confirm that 70% of those findings were resolved by financial services, and that 30%, some of them are still in progress, some of them, the activities hasn't started in resolving those issues. But the 70% from the 140 has been resolved, and we have confirmation and records regarding those ones that we can confirm. From an ICT point of view, I don't know if Chair and members, you will recall, we come from from a history where we had a volume of ICT findings previously in a region of about 135 findings, which we had last year around this time. Those are the number of findings that we had at this time, and we did a very comprehensive audit with the assistance of a service provider, which we appointed from an internal audit panel at that particular point in time. And since then, we managed to confirm that there has been some activities that ICT has put in place in resolving their findings. At the end of that particular audit that we performed, which we have since completed in November last year, we were in a position to verify that ICT has resolved 85% of their findings. So those 85% of their findings we have since closed, and out of those 85%, the 15% of the findings that were remaining were actually 21. So I have since transported the 21 findings through to the new register of this database that I'll be speaking to now. So we've transported the 21 findings, and the balance of that 21 from this 58 is what AG has since raised post that assessment that we have done in November. So these are AG findings as well as the findings of the additional assessment that we performed from our side during this financial year from internal audit. So this is a composition of the 58 findings now that are sitting with ICT that the CIO and his team needs to resolve at this point in time. They haven't resolved anything as yet because we haven't necessarily done any comprehensive work around that area. We are still anticipating to do some work in this quarter and again in the next quarter so that at least we can determine the status of how far they've gone in terms of putting interventions in resolving these findings by the end of the financial year. So currently we've recorded those 58 findings, and from those 58 findings, what I've noted as well, some of the findings from our side as internal audit are actually recurring findings or vice versa between ourselves and AG and so forth. So we still need to do a reconciliation of that, and the volume of these findings might even reduce to perhaps 45 or even 40 of those findings once the duplicates have been cleared, once we sit with ICT and we confirm the duplicates of those findings or the recurrence of those findings which are raised either from AG side and from our side and captured as duplicates on our register. The supply chain is doing well from their side as well. Since we've done probity audits from the previous year, all the issues that we've raised in all the tenders that we've since evaluated, we have noted that currently they are taking cognizance in making sure that all those compliance issues are being complied with in line with the new legislation that has been released, which came into effect at the beginning of this year. So our follow-ups have confirmed that 92% of those findings have been resolved. We'll still be continuing with the follow-up because we do it on a quarterly basis, just to make sure that at least the 8% is also resolved by the end of this financial year before we look into additional audits in that area. Risk management, we had a record of 12 findings. 75 have been resolved. We're still going to be continuing in this quarter and next quarter as well to assess remaining findings and to see what strides our management putting into place in resolving that. In terms of credit demand objectives, there were 5 findings that we've been following up on. We've confirmed that 4 of them have been resolved. We'll be monitoring as we do our tracking and see if that one last finding from their side as well is being effectively resolved, or how we can close on those findings. Because what we noted on this specific one was that there was a disagreement by management in terms of that finding because it was raised from the AG side and management did not agree with the finding as a result. So it becomes a bit of a challenge from our side as well in terms of how we're going to be following it up, because the management response doesn't give us much to follow up on. So we'll discuss with management and see how we finalize and close on this one together with AG on that particular one. From the business development side, which include operations, currently they're sitting at 29 findings, and 20% of those findings have been resolved at this point in time. The majority of the findings were actually raised in the last quarter of the previous financial year, which is 2021, when we did one of the regional offices, which falls under business development, which is Anfontaine, which is our biggest regional office. So most of the dates in terms of resolving most of those findings at the time that we were doing our follow-up in Q2, the due dates of resolving those findings had not yet passed. As a result of that, there are findings that we did not follow up on and will only be in a position to follow up only now and in the next quarter as well, just to see what progress has management made. Security services, we still need to engage with the head of security in that regard as well, because our dependencies actually on about 4 of the findings that we have on record in this particular area. So because of those dependencies, there's still a lot of engagements that need to happen between ourselves and security and the other departments where there are those dependencies like your ICT, your facilities management and all those that we also need to engage with to monitor clearly what the progress is in terms of how they're resolving those findings. Hence the 17% is those areas where ICT has full control over those areas where they manage to resolve their own findings. So the others will still track and monitor, engaging all those other dependencies from other branches. Manufacturing and engineering, there was one finding which came from the AG on that particular one in relation to the production defects, and that finding has since been resolved by production in that regard, hence the 20% is from that finding. The rest of the other findings, which are the 4 findings, were only recently raised now at the beginning of this financial year, which came out from our performance audit. Again, we're still allowing management reasonable time to respond to those findings, to put measures in place to either action the recommendations or their own action plans in that regard. So we'll only be doing a follow-up again before the end of the financial year. We haven't started with the 4 as they are recent as well. From human resources side, 2 of those findings have been resolved. 2 of the findings were not resolved because there was capacity issues around OHS because yes, there was issues around OHS in that regard, and the 3 other findings as well. We will still follow up because the due date has passed. However, we still need to engage HR further because we were not satisfied enough with the resolution of those findings. We noted that they are all in progress. All those 3 remaining findings, they are all in progress. So we'll be monitoring until we reach a stage that we are satisfied enough that they are effectively resolved and there's adequacy in the action plans that they put in place. OHS had only 2 findings. There was nobody to action those findings. HR has since appointed, I think, a manager in this particular area who will be looking into this particular environment. I think the appointment was only done at the time that we're doing a follow-up in Q2. So only now we will be in a position to follow up on those 2 findings. These are just housekeeping issues that can easily be cleared and resolved in that area. So overall, we are sitting at the percentage of 41% in terms of those findings that have been resolved across the organization. However, we are still positive that by the end of Q3, there will be some progress that is made, and I'm still positive that by the end of the financial year, we'll be in a very improved picture in terms of resolutions that are put by management. Our target with the CEO in most cases, because this is one of the areas that we report on a monthly basis to our main committee, on a weekly basis to EXCO, it goes to the audit committee on a quarterly basis, as well as the risk committee. So we are adamant that the 80% that we set for ourselves to resolve these findings, we should be able to achieve by the end of the financial year. And that is my report from my side, Chairperson. Thank you.
So if I may proceed to the next section, I also need to ask for indulgence to acknowledge Ms. Michelle Modise, who has also joined us as a member of EXCO in Government Printing Works. Earlier on, her name was not appearing on the platform, so I've seen notice that she has joined us as well. So if I were to proceed, we have also taken a view that an organization that doesn't attend to their risks is actually amenable to failure. So we have provided slides on the strategic risk register progress that we've made. And the first risk is failure to recover from business operations. And we have put mitigating plans in place to make sure that this risk that has been rated as extreme is actually monitored to make sure that it doesn't materialize. And to this effect, it affects mainly the ICT environment, where we have seen the infrastructure refresh being done of the CEN as well as the backup solution. For Site 1 and Site 2, the infrastructure refresh has been done, and the network infrastructure refresh for Bosman and Fisari, CSIR, Masada, Limpopo, East London, Northwest, and Zandfontein have also been done. To deal with cybersecurity attacks, we have taken our email onto the cloud platform. So the email cyber resilience solution with capabilities for email security and web security has been implemented, as well as the backup, as well as the archiving solution. The challenge that I've referred to earlier of the firewalls, we have renewed our firewalls and they've been upgraded to also deal with the issue of remote access to make sure that not everybody just accesses our firewalls, thereby strengthening ICT security. The enterprise architect as well as business process management has been implemented. We have documented our business processes as well as SOPs to facilitate automation of our systems. I've talked about the issue of backup as well and restores. Our capability to restore has been tested, and we are able to stand the test as we successfully were able to restore all the data that we had backed up. So there are multiple layers of backup that have been implemented. So we back up from disk to disk, which is the Apollo storage, which we had to procure following the system crash and data loss to make sure that we have a sufficient backup capacity. We also back up from disk to tape. We have the VM backup software that we are implementing, and it is actually showing that it's effective. The restores are done, and to make sure that the virtual machines remain in production. There's ongoing monitoring of the scheduled backups in order to remediate warnings as well as failure to avoid the catastrophe that we've gone through. Secondly, the risk of leakage of unauthorized issuance of security documents. We have put in place to make sure that there's implementation of the security and fraud prevention plan, which is also presented to the risk committee when it seeks to monitor all these risks and make sure that we gain traction in its implementation. And there are investigations that are actually conducted based on reported cases of fraud and corruption using different hotlines that are available. And consequence management has actually been meted out to anyone who has been found to be in transgression in the area of fraud and corruption. Loss of production time is also rated as high because as GPW, the nature of the business that we render, we need to make sure that production time is always ensured. So to this effect, we are in the process of implementing the time and attendance system to make sure that we account for movement of anybody that walks in and out of the organization, and to ensure that the staff that is supposed to be in the production area actually is there to execute the operations. We've reviewed our standard operating procedures on quality and quantity management, and we have a focused attention on waste management as well as preventative maintenance. And this is mainly to ensure that our machines, although like any other factory, GPW does experience machine breakdown, but through preventative maintenance plan, and we have a policy in that regard, we are able to recover within the reasonable time using the OEMs that you've signed contracts with in this regard, and waste is managed within the acceptable norms in the manufacturing industry. Failure to secure paper, this risk, we started feeling the pinch of it during COVID and the global wars, the war in Ukraine and Russia, when there was a delay in terms of manufacturing as paper, and most of the plants couldn't actually produce paper. So what we did, we established strategic partnerships with our suppliers to make sure that we replenish our papers in time. And we have taken the decision to introduce a polycarbonate plant within Government Printing Works into the future. And the R&D process has been underway to a point where the probity assessment has already been concluded, and we're going out on a tender to get a service provider to provide us with that. To avoid cybersecurity attacks, we have strengthened our ICT firewalls, as I've mentioned earlier, and there's continued backup. We're doing patching, and we've signed an agreement, and this is part of the MRP recommendations. We've already signed a business agreement, an SLA between us and SETA that address disaster recovery support. And we've requested SETA to avail white space so that we can be able to connect remotely from that area and plug and play in the event that the systems in GPW go down. And we are actually engaging them on this one. We've met with the new MD of SETA in this regard and stated all the challenges that we have. And he's actually quite keen to support GPW to make sure that we fast track some of the procurement challenges that we've had with them over the past, including the WAN connectivity, which is a system that we've been waiting for a number of years, and they have not been coming to the party. We have filled in posts in the ICT and environment, and we will continue to make sure that capacity is beefed up. But we also have procured the ICT specialists who are on site to support this entity to make sure that we don't go back to where we come from. Vendors discontinue production of equipment is important because as we do review of useful lives on our machines, we realize that some of them may actually be their lives may be coming to an end. So it's important to make sure that the vendors are actually engaged, but also we are investing in research and development capacity in line with the new structure to make sure that all the vendors that may be planning to discontinue some of the equipment, they engage with us first, so that we are on the same page in case some of them are on our procurement plan to avoid wasteful expenditure. System outages, I've spoken a lot on this. We have an approved ICT strategy as well as plan, and we are implementing it to make sure that we modernize our operations, but at the same time, we secure the space so that there's backup and restores that are tested and are successful. IT steer committee has been established, and they are guiding the ICT operations as well as systems that have been deployed. We have migrated some of our services to the cloud, as I've already indicated. And this is meant to compensate lack of compute power that we have, particularly due to the dilapidated, ICT infrastructure and hardware. So we are making sure that the current data center environment is actually managed properly to ensure that we don't experience the challenges that we have previously with our data centers. Loss of revenue, quite critical as a self-revenue generating entity. We want to remain liquid. So we've put plans in place and structures have been established to make sure that we manage our revenue generation streams properly. We're monitoring the back orders. There's monthly monitoring of raw material prices on the AX system. We are resolving complaints registered by our customers. What we do, we have customer engagement sessions across the provinces as well as in head office. And through that, we are able to then make a database of all those and make sure that there's a plan to address them and feedback to customers, because customer is king. And for us to remain sustainable, we need to make sure that our customers remain happy and we address the challenges as they come and we experience them. We've developed the service delivery improvement plan, and we are making sure that it is implemented accordingly. This is actually a DPSA requirement. We're ensuring progress towards the promulgation of the security printers bill. This is one area that has been long-standing and has been coming up for a while. We have hit bottlenecks along the way as we follow the draft legislative, the draft bill legislative process, because we found that there were two provinces that seemed to be having challenges with meeting us. But today, the minister has already wrote the letters to the MECs of those two provinces, which is mainly the Western Cape and Northwest, to ensure that we can gain traction and then we can finalize the consultative process and follow the draft legislative process. We're implementing the footprint into SADC and other African countries, as I've mentioned earlier, just to make sure that we expand our revenue streams and we are able to have a footprint in those countries, thereby boosting not only the revenue but also the reputation of the country in such countries. Because through our research, Government Printing Works, it's the only printing facility of this magnitude across the continent. And we've noted that most of the countries want to benchmark against us, but we're keeping our trade secret close so that we can be able to sustain our operations. Inability to attract, develop, and retain skills. We have, as I've indicated, revised our organizational structure, and we have started implementing it with effect from the 1st of April 2022. And we have successfully implemented the recruitment plan and filled all the critical vacancies that we had at the time. And they are under review, and we continue to fill posts. Of importance was the staff in the examinations area. The previous structure did not make provision for the staff that is to print examinations. We've now appointed a full complement of the staff that is supposed to manage examinations, and they're actually on site doing the work already. We have developed a change management strategy and plan, and GTech has been on board to assist us with this to make sure that we harness the culture that we have inherited as well as GPW. And they've already presented this draft strategy to management, and we are due to finalize this so that the plan can be implemented immediately. We're investing in our own timber through training of officials to empower them with the requisite skills. We are competing with the private sector's GPW on this one because we need artisans, so that they can be able to come and run our machines, as well as engineers. And then we have been developing, we've tasked actually the CDHR to develop the reward and recognition program, we have a number of officials that have reached the ceiling in terms of their notice. So motivating staff is important because although you can automate your system, you can't replace people. So we're trying to have that implemented so that we can motivate people. So that's one of the mitigating plans we're putting in place. The last one is basically on the improving on the reputational damage of the brand. We acknowledge that the system crash as well as data loss has actually tainted our reputation. And as management, we're extremely concerned. And this has been actually raised even in our audit as well as the risk committee. And we've put measures in place to make sure that we deal with those items that may actually continue to compromise our reputation. We've re-automated the e-gazette system, which has gone live at the end of September. So we've been able to print the gazette through the business processes without actually a human intervention, which is a good thing because since the crash, we've been operating on the manual system, which is used as a backup. But now we are running especially the extraordinary gazettes. We're just dealing with the teething challenges that we have to make sure that the system remains stable, but the system is fully automated. We've established a committee called Back to Basics Committee. As a customer-driven organization, customers' concerns are important, and all the concerns are actually documented and presented to the B2B committee, and those resolutions are actually taken and resolved so that we can be able to feed back to customers. We need to be ISO compliant as we move into SADC and other countries, African countries. So the importance of developing ISO standards, as I've mentioned, we're getting a service provider to assist us with that and post the probity assessment that has been concluded. We've got the post-audit action plan as well as the audit matrix, as the CAE has mentioned, as well as the risk management plans, which are approved by the risk as well as the audit committee, and we're tracking implementation internally as well as at each and every risk committee meeting. I've mentioned the issue of the structure, which if properly implemented and we are fully capacitated, will be able to deal with some of the challenges we have in our area. And the fraud investigations are being conducted. And for the first time in a long time, we are able to actually get the footage from the improved security system that we have, and that actually helps us with the investigations that we do so that we can be able to hold people responsible. And all the GPW management have gone through the ethics management course and has been concluded. As I move towards conclusion, I will talk to the status on implementation of the MRP recommendations. Chairperson and honorable members, you will recall GPW has been experiencing a number of challenges, some of which were actually brought to in front of the committee by ourselves, and it has prompted the oversight by the portfolio committee. And I recall that 2 oversight visits were conducted. The first one was on the 29th of August 2019. The second one was on the 17th of June 2020, where the portfolio committee also engaged with staff as well as unions to address the challenges which were there. And we really appreciate this type of intervention because we understand that it was with the intention to help stabilize the operations within the entity. And further to that, I know that we have brought the challenges in front of the committee in a form of BRRR reports, so that the committee can take note of the challenges that we experience, particularly pertaining to the data loss, as well as systems failure, and the plans that we had put in place to actually address them. But, that had actually been one of the critical areas where the Minister of Home Affairs decided to actually approach the state president in view of the unending challenges, conflicts between unions and management and all the challenges that we had experienced in the past. The minister then, when we brought this to his attention, he then appointed the state president of the country with the challenge, and then it led to the appointment of what minister normally calls the tribunal, which was the ministerial review panel team to investigate all the challenges that GPW had been experienced. So the team was appointed in May 2021 in order to investigate the incident that happened on the 4th of February 2021, where the server supporting key functions at government printing was crashed, resulting in loss of critical data. The ministerial review panel was appointed to investigate this challenge, and they focused mainly on ICT, finance, operations, production, security, as well as HR matters. Their report was finalized, and it was indeed presented in front of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs on the 5th of July 2022. Following that, then the minister handed over the report to GPW in 2022 September, and we immediately developed action plans in order to systematically respond to those recommendations, which are actually presented to EXCO, like the CA indicated, to Audit Committee as well as to Risk Committee, to make sure that we gain traction. And same plans have also been shared with AGSA, as they have acknowledged earlier. What was bedeviling GPW was the historical organizational instability. There are some of the challenges that we've inherited, I've mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, and it was actually bordering on the organizational culture. There was lack of handover between senior managers leaving the organization, and it had an impact of business continuity. We had inherent challenges of institutional capacity due to structural gaps, and I've mentioned that we are addressing that and we're implementing the new structure. And some of the recommendations actually required interaction with entities such as National Treasury as well as the Public Service Commission. And the investigations are such that it's difficult to allocate timeframes, but those by the OPSC have been concluded and closed. But we are still going on with the forensic investigation. And as soon as it's concluded, we will then implement the recommendations. In terms of progress to date, action plans have been developed based on SMART principle. And what this simply means is that until a target is actually fully achieved, we don't recognize it. So you need to have done all the processes up to the end. We've established a fully fledged project office led by the project manager, and there's a technical advisor as well, who is actually assisting with the implementation process. An implementation model has been developed and is guiding the implementation process. GTEC is on board, as I've mentioned. Their product has already been presented to management. Work streams are there, they're meeting bi-weekly. And these are the platforms where these recommendations are teased out, and they also help us with the monitoring of progress made. Forensic investigations, I've mentioned that on the cases to Public Service Commission, I've also mentioned that. DPSA has also provided a team of experts. We had challenge with in terms of labor relations capacity where it was thin, and at some point legal services was also working closely with them to make sure that we gain traction in terms of facilitating resolution of disciplinary cases. And this team has been quite supportive in helping us, the team allocated by DPSA, to help us in the resolution of labor relations cases. In terms of summary, I need to indicate that as at the end of August into September, which was last month, we had implemented the recommendations as per the branch. And these are the branches who come to EXCO and report on their respective units, and they are held accountable and responsible. Office of the CFO, they have executed 52%, security 61%, HR 47%, Office of the CEO 81%, Office of the Chief Information Officer 49%, and manufacturing engineering 25%, operations management 20%. Internal audit is at 0 simply because they were directed to audit the ISO standards. And since we are in the process of procuring services of a service provider to develop the ISO standards for GPW, they cannot audit until that process is concluded. So we are putting that in the long-term plan so that as soon as it's done, then they can be able to audit. Facilities management has implemented all their recommendations. Legal services also have dependencies on the investigations that are ongoing, as well as the conclusion of some of the disciplinary cases. So as a result, that dependency will remain. The next slide just shows that we had received a total of 167 recommendations out of the report, and we identified those. Exactly a year after we had received the report and plans had been put in place, 93 recommendations had been concluded and resolved, and that translated to 56% achievement. And the remaining 74, which is 44%, we've got a plan on the next slide that indicates a focused manner in which we are going to resolve them. As you can see, the ones that are classified as in the short term, will be executing them within 0 to 6 months from the date of presentation of the report. And then 7 to 12 months is medium term, and anything from 12 months and above is going to be classified as long term. And I've mentioned the issue of internal audit as part of that. as well as those in the legal services. But most importantly, those that are within the long range are those with dependencies, and we're going to make sure that we execute them. In terms of disciplinary action, there's a lot that has been happening in this space, but we thought for the year under review, we'll only single out these ones, that within the ICT environment, we had 9 officials where disciplinary action had been taken, and 8 had been reprimanded, and the letter has been issued to 1, and 1 has been suspended. A team of forensic investigators were appointed to investigate further system failures and data loss. That investigation is still underway. As soon as it's been concluded, we'll then implement the recommendations accordingly. And disciplinary action will further be taken against anyone that shall have been pointed to have erred in this regard. In conclusion, we need to commit as GP management that we'll continue to pull out all efforts in place to ensure that we stabilize our operations and sustain our ICT systems to mitigate the risk of further system failures and data losses. We are focusing on the current and emerging risks across the organization, and we've developed the risk and appetite and tolerance frameworks that we are implementing and monitoring. We've also appointed Director Risk Management recently, and he will be helping us with the development of risk and appetite statements, so that whatever it is that we have to tolerate, it can run through the process and we can be able to address the risk before they actually materialize. We're resolving all the audit findings as the CAE has demonstrated, and it is our commitment that we will continue to resolve all findings from AGSA as well as internal audit to strengthen our internal controls and attain overall good governance and strive to move towards achieving a clean audit outcome in the foreseeable future. Once we've resolved all the challenges mentioned by the CFO, we are optimally utilizing the expertise from service providers on board to help us to resolve all the current challenges. And we implementing financial standards to improve the quality of our financial statements with the support of the CAs that the CFO is working with. And we commit to ensuring compliance with the statutory dates for submission of the report. To date, we are fully in compliance with the submission of the AFSs. Once the current annual report is out of the 22-23 financial year, from the next financial year, we should be able to be on track with the submission of all the reports, the annual reports, as well as the financial statements. And AGSA had undertaken that by the end of October into November, we will be receiving that report so that we can then develop the annual report and submit it, and that will bring us to the statutory compliance time. We enlist the support from the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs and appreciate the ones we've got, and other oversight structures such as the Minister of Home Affairs, the DG and the DM, from whom we've been receiving tremendous support, AGSA, National Treasury, and we hope to achieve overall success with their support. We table the financial year's annual report to the Portfolio Committee for consideration. Thank you, Chair. We will rest at this point.
Thank you very much, CEO and your team, for presenting the report. Members, these are the 3 reports that we presented. And I know that was a long, and it will be a longer on your comments. At least we were able to interact in the first report of the Auditor-General. I'm going to invite Honorable Van der Merwe, Honorable Lokota, Honorable Lokhwase, Honorable Uros, Honorable Bongo, and Honorable Pile to comment on the 3 reports. I will guide in terms of time, but I will want members to have an opportunity to interact with these reports. I will not outline what I allocated, but I think you'll know how we guide each other when time has been. So those are the reports, presentations, in that order. Honorable Van der Merwe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to firstly say thank you to all the presentations, and in particular, I think we must note the comments that AG made in terms of the Department of Home Affairs coming a long way. So we appreciate, DG, the good work that you are doing. But of course, some of the challenges in this department remains, and we all know what the challenges are, whether it's the long queues, the system downtime, the quality of services rendered by officials, offices that are not modernized, and of course, fraud and corruption. So I want to firstly ask on the issue of staffing, DG, on page 204 of your annual report, I had a look at the staff complement, and there's a marked lack of female employees, both there's 0 in your top 8 management, but also with regards to your senior management, there's 120 in senior management, but only 13 females. And I didn't note any people with disabilities employed by the Department of Home Affairs, if I'm correct. We did mention, for example, earlier that you do comply with submitting your reports on gender-based violence, for example, to the Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities. But in terms of targets, there are set targets that government sets for the employment of people with disabilities and as well as female employees. So I wanted to know why that is the case. There was also this presentation as well, the annual report seems to be quiet or suddenly has gone quiet in terms of, if we talk about expanding our footprint, we do talk about obviously building new offices, we talk about the mobile units, but suddenly our annual report is quiet, or I didn't see anything about our future plans or in the period under review, how far we have gone in terms of increasing our rollout to banks. Also, on the issue of vacancies, Minister Motsoaledi himself in a previous meeting have highlighted that the department is only operating with about 42% capacity. And again, I think if we talk about our future plans for this department, it's going to be difficult for us to reach our targets or increase on the 71% that we've currently reached if we don't address the vacancy issue. And I wanted to get an indication again from the DG in terms of how we will address that. I did, on page 240 of the annual report, we spent 1.489 million on a company called Facts Consulting SA, and this was for forensic digital evidence extraction and analysis services on the Zimbabwean exemption permits. And I just wanted to get more information about this service that was rendered to us. And then, Chairperson, I want to make another comment again about the BMA. We're putting a lot of emphasis on the BMA, and it seems to be our only sort of proposal in terms of dealing with the crisis that is illegal migration. We're putting a lot of focus on that. But again, the AG, like we've said before, has highlighted key concerns in terms of the budget allocation for the BMA, as well as its ability to execute its mandate, considering that it won't have enough resources and budget. And again, I wonder how we will bridge that gap, because if we don't have any other solutions in terms of dealing with our illegal migration crisis, the issue of our borders, the issues of national security, then it's concerning that we're putting so much emphasis on an entity that we are basically setting up for failure. Then I wanted to say that in the minister's forward, he speaks about a fit for purpose DHA. He speaks about the need for proper physical infrastructure and then incrementally increasing the DHA's modernization program. I just wanted to know, in the period under review, how many offices were modernized. The DG speaks in his introduction in the annual report about fraud and corruption. He makes note that going forward, we will be prosecuting citizens. He says, we will also open criminal cases against citizens who facilitate photo swaps and marriages of convenience. And I just wanted to know, why has this not happened in the past? Because, the issue of marriages of convenience and the issue of photo swaps is not something new. So we really need to, if we talk about fraud and corruption and the vulnerability of the department, we really need to be more visible or more proactive in the fight against fraud and corruption. Then I did hear DG speak about the Lubisi report. He said it's an ongoing process. But again, I would like to have timeframes in terms of when we will finalize the implementation of the Lubisi report. I want to speak I know we often talk about this very issue, and it's true that the department is meeting its targets in terms of conducting its inspections with regards to identifying illegal migrants. But Chairperson, again, in this case, I want to say that, you know, it's fine for us to say that we've done 300 inspections, and it's an issue that I keep on raising, but, you know, it's not making a dent in the number of illegal migrants within the borders of South Africa. So I feel that going forward, we really need to zoom in onto this issue, because I feel that the department has put so much focus on the BMA that we've lost focus in terms of internal enforcement. We cannot just be focusing on the borders when we've already got millions of undocumented persons within the borders. For example, when we recently did oversight to some of the Home Affairs officers, we were told that people get arrested, they go and then they are simply released again back into the system, back into communities. So it seems that this process of conducting inspections leads to arrests, but it doesn't necessarily lead to a reduction in the number of illegal migrants or people being actually deported. So, you know, for me, it's fine to mention that we're meeting that inspection target, but I really think it actually is doing nothing in terms of us dealing with the immigration crisis. I'm not going to comment on the issues of GPW. I'm sure our colleagues are going to mention or speak in detail to the issues of GPW. But if we listen to the presentation that was made now, if all of those things are implemented as the presenters have given us, then surely there should be no problem with GPW coming back next year with a clean audit. Because if you're listening to all the remedial actions, everything that they are now proposing, which some of the things is, you know, we've heard before, I'm sure that, you know, they'll be able to achieve a clean audit. The only thing that I'm really of concern to me is, I wonder how successful will all of these implementation plans be and the remedial action if the biggest concern here is the aging and unsupported infrastructure. And I didn't really hear how this will be urgently remedied for us not to be able to get the same findings next year. And then now we're talking about consequence management, and Ms. Forsie mentioned consequence management, but the fact is the AG said that there was no consequence management or any consequences for irregular expenditure. And so I wanted to reconcile what she said with what the AG said. And Chairperson, I think I've got more questions, but we are pressed for time, so I will just submit them in writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable van der Merwe. Honorable Lekota.
Chairperson, I must say that. Can you hear me?
Yes, proceed, veteran.
Yes. No, I was just saying that I hope that we can do something. You know, next year is the elections. And all of this work that we are talking to here, we will just leave it halfway and go to the elections. Maybe we'll come back to handle them again. I don't see how we are going to succeed. When I listened to the minister talking to the efforts he made to get additional funding so that Home Affairs can strengthen itself and strengthen its offices and the field, the staff in the field work, and I think he only got 50% of what he was, of what he really required to be able to tackle these tasks and so on. Now, I can ask as many questions as I like, but I think that most of the members are covering everything. Even these presenters are covering the areas that I thought should have been covered and so on. I'm happy to listen to my colleagues in the committee just to see how and what new areas they think they can cover to enable the department to take things forward. And when I look at the state of our national budgets, I'm very discouraged that I don't think that unless we do something dramatic about our budget process, that we can change much at this stage. Comrades have said here how we have repeated again and again, but the problems come back exactly as they did come in the previous occasion. So I'm content to sit and listen to the comrades and see what we think. When this discussion is finished, we can find a way forward. I can't see it. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, veteran, for your contributions. Person. Honorable Khwase.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sorry I've been in and out due to network. Chair, let me start by GPW. Chair, where I am sitting, honestly, I feel and I would like to suggest to the committee that we need to have a session with the GPW Audit Committee and also invite the National Treasury so that we look deeper into the issues affecting the GPW. And also this must be a meeting where we will also try to seek some interventions or come together to see how best can we resolve the issues that concerns the GPW chair. On the department chair, my interest would be just to know the efforts that has been took or that has been made by the department to deal with the issue of the network interruptions chair, because it's a continuous situation that fails the communities. And chair, it can be that we are trying to fight the long queues and we are forever coming to meetings to try and deal with these issues. Whereas we know some of the contributions towards the long queue is this network problem of the department. Honestly speaking, Chair, it is not putting out exactly what the community is reaping or the services that the community is getting satisfactory. And also, Chair, maybe out of interest, I would like to raise an issue on the late registration of birth. It might not be the correct platform, but I strongly believe that this needs to be raised here. You have a community in Mafikeng and submissions have been made. This is not the first time. You have a community in Mafikeng where every time they need to get assistance in resolving the issue of late registration of birth, they'll be referred to hospitals to go and do the DNA tests. The nearest hospital for the communities of Mafikeng, it's more than 200 kilometers, Chair, which makes it difficult for people to travel to the nearest hospital, Chair. And this also affects the output that the department is trying in servicing the communities, Chair. I would like intervention in that regard. We have a hospital in Mafikeng that is not being utilized by the Department of Home Affairs. I would like to suggest that the department maybe tries to negotiate with the hospital so that we can also get services from this hospital, Chair. One last issue is I want to know what work has been done on improving the facilitation of movement of skills persons as part of enabling the regional development in the SADC countries. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khwase, for your contributions. Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone for the presentations. Chair, I will also see which questions I can put in writing. But I'd really like to start with the Department of Home Affairs and appreciating the work that has been done. I think we've seen the passports and the IDs, the smart IDs being processed in a very quick time when applied for in South Africa. And that is going very well when the system is online. Chair, I think a critical point that the department really needs to grapple with and face is that they have to use limited resources better, and they have to use technology better. So some of these things are being kicked down the road, especially on the technology side. But I want to underscore why we are in the position that we are now. And if we look at the annual report of 2008-2009, and this is when the state capture period really started, 4.7 million ID, passport, and birth registrations were processed by 7,440 staff. When we look at today, 14 years later, 3.85 million IDs, passports, and birth registrations within 30 days are being processed by 7,313 staff. So it's almost the same number of staff that are producing 850,000 less documents. So first of all, that's 850,000 less documents that somebody would pay for. It's lost revenue. It's lost opportunity for persons to apply. And when we understand that this is because of system downtime and long queues, and these are things that need urgent attention. They need to be resolved. We keep hearing about plans, and then it's another service provider and another service provider. So these things absolutely have to be resolved. But the critical thing is, the staff in 2008, 2009 were earning 1.296 billion, and they now earn 3.9 billion. So if those salaries of the same number of people had just increased at the rate of inflation, the salary would now be 2.65 billion. So we would have 1.25 billion extra to spend. And I think this is a critical point, Chair, that the reason why we're in the situation, we have a crunch, and we have a crunch in resources and cannot hire more people, is because the inflation of the rate that staff is being paid at has not been controlled at all. And it's urgent, looking at the midterm period, that this expenditure is controlled, because essentially we're paying 46% more in salaries. And this could have given us an additional 3,500 staff, border patrollers, persons assisting at offices, persons assisting to adjudicate visas, and we could have a completely different picture at the moment. And so really this public sector wage bill, and especially in Home Affairs, it has to be brought under control. But also the productivity of the staff, because the same number of staff are producing so much less. So, Chairperson, I want to go on to the finances. And, really, there was a discussion about the 540 million that was impaired as a result of inability to recover receivables from DIRCO. My question is, was this not addressed in previous years? And what is being done about this? It's quite a large amount of money. Then the contingent liabilities, it's now stated as 2.39 million, but clearly it's still over 2 billion. So who changed the method of calculating these contingent liabilities? Because at the end of the day, we can fool ourselves and say that they're less. But if they are indeed more, then we need to face up to the reality and deal with it. Then in terms of immigration, and 25% of targets have been reached, which is clearly unacceptable. And I'm not going to go into that again. We've been through that again, the backlog, etc. But there are a few elements missing that worked well in the past. And I want to ask the DG and the head of immigration if they will consider capacitating the following. Number one, that families be processed with applicants for critical skills visas, etc., like they used to be. Because what is happening at the moment, and we see with the media report on the head of the business school in Stellenbosch, he decided to leave because he got his documentation, but his family couldn't get documented. Secondly, the Foreign Office Coordinator, which apparently no longer exists. And this was a critical connector between the foreign offices, the missions, and Home Affairs. And then finally, the waiver unit. And the waiver unit would only need 5 to 10 people, and really can assist to solve complex issues. Because what is happening now is that a number of applications are being rejected, necessarily by junior staff, whereas a waiver unit could look at these things and resolve them. We're dealing with a lot of applications that we're having to deal with again and again on appeals because they aren't done properly first time. So my question is that those three proposals, will the DG and the head of immigration consider those? Then, Chairperson, I have to raise the issue of green IDs for naturalized and SA-born citizens, because we raised this a few years ago, and really we are being inundated. And there was a written question on the 26th of June, and the response was basically that these persons will be able to apply for smart ID cards once Home Affairs has completed the verification process on their records. So I just want to understand, why is this necessary, and when is this going to be completed? Because this matter I raised with you, DG, I think it's 3 or 4 years ago now, and it still hasn't been resolved. So these persons are also, they're being asked to travel hundreds of kilometers to go to a small office to apply for their ID. Then, Chairperson, I think it's really critical. You know, the AG pointed out the IT weaknesses that have been raised since 2018, 2019. And we should really, as part of our BRRR recommendations, propose that this roadmap serve in the committee so that we can follow it very closely and understand what the department's action steps are in terms of getting the IT weaknesses sorted out once and for all. Because the failure to respond to this since 2018-19, this is what allows corruption to happen in permitting, because we have outdated systems, and then persons utilize the faults in those and the security lapses to go and issue documents fraudulently. And then I want to echo what Honorable Lizelle said about the internal enforcement inspections. And I've written a letter to you, Chairperson, that we urgently need to look at what happened with over 750 illegal miners being allowed to walk free in Kleinzia once an operation had happened to arrest them. So a lot of resources were put into play there to arrest these persons. Home Affairs was involved, and then they didn't process them within the 48 hours. I think it's absolutely critical that we look at this closer, and that we have this focus on internal enforcement as well. We do not forget about it. Then, Chairperson, going on to the IEC, a big congratulations again on a third successive clean audit outcome and the reduction in irregular expenditure. My question, though, is it's great to have a clean audit, but I think we have to admit that the credibility of the IEC has been somewhat damaged by issues where adequate governance controls have not been put in place on key electoral processes. So, for example, the ink that wiped off, the voter management devices, where we asked in the committee, have they been tested? And we were assured, yes, they have. And then things like the online registration, which for overseas voters, which has now been delayed till the 24th of October. And my question really is, what governance is in place on these critical issues? Because it seems like the IEC is regressing on ICT issues, where systems are not properly tested, and then they are tested in a registration or electoral environment. Then in terms of the voting abroad, I just want to understand what measures are in place to ensure there will be no further delay and the system will go live on the 24th of October. And then 2 questions for both the IEC and Home Affairs, which are very important. So firstly, why do South Africans abroad require both ID and passports to vote, whereas South Africans here in South Africa only require an ID? Because it's a known fact that South Africans abroad battle to renew these documents. So what measures will be put in place to ensure that persons who have applied and not received documents timeously will not be prejudiced? Because let's say they applied for their passport 15 months ago and they still haven't received it at the foreign mission. And then finally, from an IEC point of view, there was a recent Concord judgment on persons who have lost their citizenship on taking a second citizenship without applying to retain their South African citizenship. And once the Constitutional Court ratifies this, how will the Department of Home Affairs and the IEC ensure that those affected persons will be able to vote, that they will be able to get their IDs, and that they will be able to get their passports in time? Then going on to the GPW, I think the BRRR report recommended to the GPW to submit their draft 21-22 financial statement to the AG by the 31st of May 2022. And the GPW responded that they were submitted on the 29th of December. So that was 7 months late. But why has the annual report thus only been submitted to Parliament 12 months late, an additional 5 months delay? Then the slides on the performance office, on the performance of the Office of the CEO. So you say on slide 13 that you did not meet the target of protecting information and security as a result of the bid adjudication committee not approving the appointment of a service provider. But on slide 11, you say that you've met the target on securing and protecting your ICT environment. And you say it is complied because 100% of Microsoft patches were released. So do you truly believe that Microsoft patches is sufficient to secure and protect your IT environment? If we look at strategic risks, I think it's a real concern. Failure to recover from business disruptions due to ICT, including backups, ICT and system outages, 0 of the 60 audit findings have been resolved, and security services only 17%. So I'm concerned that you have extreme risks that have caused catastrophic results, and you were waiting for a tender. Now, Home Affairs went to the CSIR. They managed to go to the CSIR. My question is, why couldn't you do the same? Why wasn't another route undertaken once you realized that the procurement process was going to take a long time? Because, you know, basically 2 years after the first loss of data, there still wasn't a working backup. And that resulted in another loss of data. In fact, there's been 4. Then what has become of the investigation into the fact that the 2 losses of information due to IT crashes both occurred just before annual financial reports were due? It seems that ICT officials take the blame, with only 1 ICT official on suspension and the rest reprimanded or warned. And that's very disappointing, because this is it's a governance issue. And the Auditor-General has been warning on this for years and years. In closing off, just on some of the financial indicators. Chairperson, we asked last year that we receive proper financial information from GPW, and once again, we haven't received it. We received cryptic financial information. So I have 3 questions in this regard. We are told that a 10% profit margin could not be reached due to some transactions not on the financial system. But what is the profit margin that was achieved? And then in terms of trade and other receivables, what are the credit losses, if any? And if so, why are there trade and other receivables if the public sector are your clients? And then what is the deferred income at this point in time? And again, if there is deferred income, why is government paying for services not rendered? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ross, for your contributions. Honorable Ngani Bongo. Honorable Pile.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, sorry, Honorable Bongo. Can proceed.
Yeah, thanks. I think I will also check which of the questions must be written, because we are caught out. There's a lot of work and a lot of oversight that we must do on each of the presentations. But we appreciate the presentation as they are given. Just on the BMA, I think we need to one more time just applaud the department for having made sure that it is at an implementation stage. And we have seen last week the president going to do some work around the work that we have put as a committee. I think it was because of the department that we had to realize the BMA. All the other challenges around the BMA, they seem to be taken care of by the leadership that is there, and we need to applaud that work. And then, with regard to the department around the civics, I'm relatively satisfied about the work done by the civic section of the department. I am not satisfied about the immigration side and the backlog that is there. And I think the department may have to conduct a customer survey around the issue of the immigration side, because this backlog is too much and it leaves much to be desired, and it is affecting or impacting negatively on the economy of this country.
Okay.
So we've got to have a force multiplier to deal with the backlog.
Sorry, just hold the Honorable Bongo. Veteran, can you assist us to mute the audio? Yeah, so that we don't interrupt other members.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say this to you, veteran, but I'm obligated because I'm presiding over the.
No, I'm sorry, man. You are right.
Yeah, I don't want to say it appears to undermining members of the committee and the stakeholders in attendance, but we ought to call that order.
No,
Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Bongo.
Yeah, what I was saying is that we may need to move with we may need a force multiplier to deal with the backlog, because it is impacting negatively on the economy. And it's a matter that we must put more attention on as we go forward, particularly the permitting department. With regard to IEC, I think I would also like to appreciate and applaud the IEC for clean audit. But we note that the performance has decreased from 77% to 71%. We may need to get responses on what are the implications of this performance on the IEC side. And then GPW. Yes, I agree. If the remedial actions, as they are presented, are attended to, we may get a clean audit in the next financial year, but we may need some commitment around these issues, so that issues are not raised over and over again, because the same issues were raised in the previous financial year. So we may need some commitment that these remedial actions will be attended to in a proper way. There's an issue of that they are saying in the report that there was a 2 years loss of data, and there was no backup whatsoever. I think Honorable Rose does also speak to this one. And it will appear until now there is no backup for this data that is getting lost. So it's a matter of concern. We may need some answers. And then in the report of the AG indicate that they were unable to verify financial data as they were compiling the annual reports. So we may need some certainty and answers around that concern raised by the Auditor-General, including the issues that are relating to the ICT and the recommendations thereof. Other questions, Chair, I'll put them in writing, because we're hamstrung by the issue of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Bongo, for your contribution. Honorable Pile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Chair. Let me just welcome all of the presentations and reports. Chair, I think at the outset, it's important for me to say that, I just take from the AG's comments on the PC and how they applaud the work that is being done by this committee. And in doing so, I think we must applaud your leadership and guidance. Two is to also say that it shows that we are playing our role of oversight as a committee. In doing so, we also must congratulate the departments where there has been achievements. Let me say congratulations to the IC once again, because I think they have developed a pattern of clean governance, and I think it's important to note that, especially when contrary to the view of naysayers that think that the IEC is not doing their work. We must congratulate them and we must applaud them for having achieved that. I think it's also important to note the DHA performance, and it's important to also note the strides that have been made with DHA. However, Chair, I am concerned with GPW, and I think it's important for us as a committee to register our concerns, that we continue to register these concerns. But I want to start with the GPW, just to say that if they take into consideration the ministerial review report versus the AG report, that they'll be able to correct a lot of it, be able to move forward, and also be able to strengthen having to achieve what needs to be achieved in respect of the AG's report and the accounting practices. So I think it's very important. My suggestion and recommendation is that they take seriously the ministerial review report. Chair, I also want to concur with you that perhaps we need the intervention of the minister when it comes to GPW. I think I'm concerned about the fact that they are responsible for key printing of official documents. And if they're facing data loss and sabotage, if it is, then it's really a concern for us as members of this committee, but also as citizens of the country, on how safe the systems are in terms of being hacked or leaked, etc. In respect of the money that was surrendered, I think there's about 470 and another 640. And I've heard that this was rolled over or was surrendered, to Treasury. Perhaps if they can just outline what is causing that. I'm also concerned about irregular expenditure and bad debts, because that, I think, is the key to any of these reports. We've heard about the outcomes of the forensic report, Chair, but sadly, this is not giving us much to desire, because consequence management needs to be the key to all of this. And I think that the CEO needs to put into place measures that's going to be able to accommodate for consequence management that results in not having to lose data anymore. In respect of DHA, I think just to find out what is the staff capacity currently, what are some of the critical vacancies, if any, have not been filled, and most of them not achieved. I think it's clear that it's around immigration. And the question is, what is the plan? What is the roadmap or action plan that the department has to be able to address the non-achievements in respect of immigration? Chair, one of the other concerns that comes from people who are employed or working a Monday to Friday job has been that they are not able to visit Home Affairs in the week. And I just want to know what the department's plans are to accommodate clients on the weekend. Have they considered perhaps a work study where they could look at rotation and shifts so that they are able to accommodate for weekends? On the issue of the 10,000 unemployed graduates digitization project or program, how many of that was recruited, and what is the status of that program? Because I saw that there was funds that were rolled over that was dedicated to compensation. What was the reason that this could not be achieved? Then an update in terms of the BMA recruitment. And then in respect of PABs, when can we see the inclusion of collections? And the elephant in the room that we've been talking about every financial year around the CETA and downtime, where are we and how soon is it going to be before we can be able to actually get that elephant out of the room? have they completed an audit of offices with backup generators? And what is the contingency plan around load shedding? Because I think we've lacked that in this presentation. And then lastly, Chair, in terms of VFS, what is the status? Because during our oversight, we were told about a process that was underway for the PPP. Where is that process in terms of VFS, and how soon before that is implemented? Otherwise, Chair, I think we must commend the work being done, and we must also appreciate the strides that have been made when it comes to the departments that we provide oversight to. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Lee, for also your contributions. Honorable members, we'll invite the IEC Government Printing Works and with the Director General and the S team for responses on the issues that members were raised. In fact, you have covered more ground in terms of all the issues that we've identified. Commissioner Pillay, you will assist and then you will delegate for responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just I will deal with a few issues, one or two, and I'll pass the baton on to my colleagues, Shaburi and Mbata. Chair, the issue of inks, the problem with inks, and that was something that occurred in the 2019 elections. It didn't repeat itself in the local government elections. So there was that improvement, and it would be helpful to just focus on new problems and not bring up issues that have been resolved. As far as voting abroad is concerned and the requirements, the IEC is a creature of statute and can do nothing more than what the regulations and the law requires it to do. And in this regard, Mr. Shaburi will fill in on what the law requires us to do. And voters who are abroad, what must they comply with? And the last point is that testing these devices, we do test them. We do the best that we can in terms of testing them in the conditions that prevail at the time of testing. When the conditions change on voting day, those are variables that we can't always account for. And so some latitude must be granted, but overall the materiality of the deficit, if I can call it that, is insignificant in the total scheme of things. We did deliver free and fair elections. So with that, let me pass on to Mr. Shaburi to fill in the details. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pillay. Mr. Shaburi?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Judge. Let's deal with the question from Honorable Rose. As I understand it, the Honorable Rose says there's an ICT regression, primarily because of the ink thing, because of the VMD in 2021 and online registration, as well as a statement that we have delayed the registration of voters abroad. Let's start with the last one. The registration of voters abroad has not been delayed. We are on schedule to release the platform on the times that we had already planned for. So there has not been any delay or adjustments of timelines in that regard. The second issue, as it relates to VMD, the challenges of the VMD are well documented to this committee, and they are as follows. One, we received the VMDs very late ahead of 2021 as a result of disrupted global supply chains. And while we had planned a dry run, we were unable to do a dry run, given that we had to deliver an election within 42 days. We are planning on a countrywide dry run sometime in November, in October, ahead of the registration weekend, to test all our systems, including the VMD. That is standard practice that we do ahead of rollout of any significant technology within the environment. So in 2021, we were militated against by external factors from doing that. We are doing that and to test all our servers and all the changes that we have needed to do sometime in October this year. The ink, the judge has spoken about the ink, but just to add that, and the ink is one of many safeguards in an election. It is not the only one. And to add to that and going forward, Section 24A, which enables a person to apply and vote anywhere in the country, has been amended by Parliament. And that going forward, a person will not be entitled to apply for Section 24A at a voting station. They must give prior notice to the Chief Electoral Officer in the timetable. So that is another additional safeguard. And again, as the judge said, indelible ink was an issue, but also not widespread in 2019. It has not been an issue in 2021 election, nor is it an issue in ongoing by elections that we have throughout the country. The last question from Honorable Ross relates to the requirement for a passport over and above a ID document. The requirement for a passport is to test the currency of citizenship of a person, because you could lose citizenship and still hang on to your ID document, whereas a passport needs to be updated at intervals and regularly. As it relates to the judgment of the court on the status of citizenship of South Africans, we will take the lead from Home Affairs. The basis of registering voters is to compare ID numbers of applicants against the population register. And if Home Affairs confirms citizenship, that person will be included in the voters roll. So we will take the lead from the Home Affairs, who are the custodian of the citizen registry. Honorable Bongo raises a point on our performance decline. Indeed, it is so, Honorable Bongo, but in the majority of the targets that we have not met, at least two, we could not meet those targets, and we could attribute the challenges to the energy challenges facing the country. We are implementing mitigation measures that would obviate challenges. Just to paint the picture, we have in excess of 300 offices in the country. And our target was that all those offices, we must maintain 97% uptime in all those offices. So the impact of load shedding is varied. In more rural settings, at its worst, it may mean that the area is out of network for prolonged periods of time, sometimes up to 8 hours. That affects accessibility related to our backups being depleted, UPS is going down, and therefore our servers failing to connect to our network. Again, we missed the target by a factor of 5.18%. As I say, we are looking at other more newer technologies to ensure resilience of our backup issue of security across the country. The last issue relates to failure of a service provider. We could have opted to go to court to enforce specific performance, but we came to a conclusion that even if we went to court and won that case, it would have been a hollow victory because the person was patently not up to the task. They were inadequate to perform up to the level that we have required. Plans are afoot to ensure that we do not repeat the lack of performance in these areas. That concludes the question posed at the Electoral Commission, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shiburi. CEO Fosi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me appreciate the questions and the comments from the members of the Portfolio Committee. As I've indicated earlier, I will take the questions in collaboration with the members of EXCO and I will start and respond to some of the questions, but the CFO will take the finance-related questions, and the CIO will take the ICT-related questions as well. We also had a question from Honorable Lokwasa on the footprint expansion into SADC. Mr. Ngubani will take that. The question from Honorable Rose on how safe, sorry, it's not, on how safe are we because we're printing passports. Then Mr. Kuben Woodley will actually take that. So I'm gonna start. Chair, in terms of the plans that we had put in place, and I know Honorable van der Merwe as well as Honorable Bongo has raised this issue, particularly on the effectiveness of the plans that you've put in place. We have put plans specific to the environments where challenges exist. The post-audit action plan is there, back to basics plans, as well as the internal controls committee. We've got plans as well as in the financial environment, just to make sure that we have a foot on the pedal in terms of addressing the challenges. These plans are presented at EXCO. EXCO meets twice a month, and in each EXCO member, each and every member, in every meeting, each and every EXCO member comes and presents, and they obviously hold accountable on the progress that has been made against those plans. So we will continue to do that, and to ensure oversight, we present this to the risk as well as audit committee members, but we do engage with members of those oversight structures from time to time so that they can provide guidance in the event that we don't gain traction in some of the areas. But we are making sure that as management, we are tracking implementation of those, and we will continue to report the updates in that regard. Irregular expenditure, indeed, AGSA earlier has indicated that there was no consequence management on irregular expenditure. We have actually submitted a report that was done by the attorneys in this year under review that tabled the recommendations on irregular expenditure. It was a law firm that we had appointed to specifically look into the management report, and we identified specific areas of irregular expenditure that needed to be investigated. That very same report was actually submitted to the MRP team as well when they were appointed, so that they could look into those areas and also further make recommendations. And they have actually made recommendations based on that report, and it has been transferred to the current team that is doing forensic investigations, so that the matters that they have recommended based on the report should further be investigated. So the current team that is doing the forensic investigation is also looking into incidents of irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure. In addition, as the CFO has mentioned, we've got a loss control committee that has been established, and their role is to make a determination towards dealing with matters of this nature, and then we will then be implementing the recommendations accordingly. Honorable Lokwase, I need to acknowledge the support. If we were to have the meeting between GPW as well as the critical stakeholders, that will be highly welcomed, because the critical stakeholders need to really come to the table on areas where we need joint collaboration. The ones that are internally focusing, management will continue to address those. But where we need to be enabled through buy-in and support from entities such as OAG, National Treasury, as well as AGSA. In fact, we've met with the CEO of the Accounting Standard Board as well, and she actually indicated that she would be willing to join in as well in the engagements with National Treasury in this regard in our next engagement. So I think the Accounting Standard Board, they also are willing to come to the party so that we can be able to make headway on the challenges that require joint collaboration. So we would really appreciate that. The Honorable Rose, on the issue of the BRRR report, indeed, we had made commitments that GPW strives to want to submit the documents timelessly. We have attained that with regards to the submission of the annual financial statements. We are now current, and we are complying with the statutory reporting dates. However, due to the knock-on effect of the crash, which we experienced in February 2021, the data that was lost as we've indicated, dates back from November 2019 to February 2021. And because it happened close to the end of the financial year, it has directly affected the compilation or the compilation of the AFS, because the data that was supposed to have been used to compile those statements was the one that was adversely affected for the financial year ended March 2021. And that is directly the cause of the delay in terms of the compilation of the financial statements. We spent time trying to reconstruct as I've indicated, to compile the set of financial statements, and we managed to put them together and submit to AGSA in December 2022, which is why the audit could only start immediately thereafter. But the audit also took longer because the report was then submitted to GPW on the 28th of July 2023. And if you look at the periods, even though we submitted the financial statements on time for the 2022-23 financial year as at the end of May, AG was still busy with the audit based on the 2021-22 financials. And they have since concluded that, and we've tabled that annual report. And we acknowledge that they've also started with the audit for the 2022-23. And as I've indicated, by October, November, we will be receiving an audit report, and that will also nudge us to immediately submit the next annual report, which is the current one. And from the next financial year, we should be on track with the submission of all our documents. The target on slide 7 in particular relates to the security upgrade within the security environment. We have taken a decision to upgrade our security systems, which saw us implement facial scanners to facilitate access control in and out of government printing works, as well as the cameras. And we needed to be ISO compliant in doing all the other security enhancements. We have visited the South African Reserve Bank as well as South African Banknote to benchmark ourselves against the security that is in those entities. And we've taken a leave from that, and we are actually upgrading our security systems to make sure that we secure the facilities, people, as well as the equipment within government printing works. So we needed to be ISO compliant in all the security upgrades. Hence, we had to look into getting a service provider just for security at that point to help GPW to comply on all the upgrades. For instance, we have received firearms or will be receiving firearms that we'll put in the new headquarters building, because there's an armory provided for in that building. We also need to be compliant with the standards that are required in terms of the Firearm Controls Act. And we needed to make sure that across the board, key management systems, access control, we are totally compliant. So it was mainly for that. It was not necessarily linked to the ICT. But in terms of the patching as well as the security enhancements in the ICT environment, Mr. Gwiba, as the CIO, will actually address that matter. The issue of consequence management, indeed, we have been meting out consequence management on areas of misconduct when found. The reports that are underway, we commit as management that as soon as the investigations are completed, we will continue to meet out consequence management on the transgressors accordingly, and those updates will be provided in the next portfolio committee meetings. The CFO will take the finance-related questions in that regard, as well as the CIO, Honorable Van der Merwe, on how we'll deal with the issue of the aging infrastructure so that we can be able to stabilize our environment. Honorable Bongo, the question on the backup as well as the issue of how we're going to make sure that the remedial actions within the ICT environment are implemented, the CIO will actually take that. And Honorable Pile, on the MRP report as well as the AGSA report, we continue to interact with the project office as well as the AGSA on site. Mr. Bongmusa is our senior manager that I interact regularly, but I also interact with the executives from time to time. And we will make sure that all the recommendations that they provide to GPW are required and will engage further so that we can be able to move to a state of overall clean governance in this regard. In terms of, Honorable Pillay, in terms of how safe our environment are, because we're printing passports and IDs, in relation to the data loss, Mr. Kuben Moodley will actually respond to that. And I think let me rest here. Let me start with Mr. Moodley on the issue of the safety with regards to passports, and then I'll go to the CIO and then the CFO and Mr. Ngubane in that order. Chair, through you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Briefly, colleagues, as we've taken all the notes and will guide on how we must move with the government printing works. In that order.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair. Chair, on the matter of safety of passports, are not only on passports, but our security documents. In order of our criticality in state, we've got passports, we've got IDs, we've got high security certificates, we've got examinations, and then our general printing. To note that when we do speak of infrastructure, that infrastructure that was affected related to financial systems, related to the e-gazette systems, and our corporate systems. It did not at any point refer to passports, IDs, and production manufacturing related systems. Those were not affected, and they are completely segregated and separated. Security servers are not affected, infrastructure is not affected, have not been affected through these processes. Those manufacturing systems are designed in a manner that they service only the equipment and are protected in that way. They're also centralized, linked to the Department of Home Affairs where necessary for passports and IDs. So there is some assurances and some coordination of assurances for our manufacturing portion. So they have not been affected and they will not be affected. Same said that if we do not ensure capacity in IT and in other areas, yes, that can be a root cause further down the line. But at this point in time, we have no concerns related to the safety and security of our manufacturing products out of this. It affected the other side of the business. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, honorable members. Zweli Banzi, ICT, CIO responsible for ICT. Chairperson, in terms of the questions related to the backup process, a number of honorable members have asked this question. We are in the process of not only looking at replacement infrastructure in order for us to have the backup. The MRP report is very clear that we must work with SETA and we must have an MOU, a business agreement. We do have the business agreement with SETA. We have escalated the delays within SETA to the managing director, and we are working closely with them to look at even some of the procurement options that we can consider, as well as cloud options that they have to complement for the infrastructure that we are struggling to procure and replace so that we have a sound backup process. In addition to efforts working with CSIR, we are working with SETA. They do have cloud platforms to assist us to compensate for the backup process that we are suffering from. We do have assessment reports that SETA has done work as proof that they are working with us in understanding the impact of this incident and making sure that the plans that we put in place, we are avoiding reoccurrence, including on cybersecurity. For example, SETA is implementing MPLS network for GPW, and we are hoping that with the service that we have acquired, we have procured professional services as well that SETA must be able to monitor this network. The soonest the implementation is done, we are hoping that we will have an improved environment and the controls will be fitting of national key point environment. Chairperson, I think I have addressed the questions. As I've indicated, I've summarized those questions. Mostly they were around backup. With regard to Microsoft patches, we have changed the KPI for ICT definitely Microsoft patches cannot be a KPI fitting that will also be protecting us from security vulnerabilities. We are, however, have not abandoned that. We are looking at Microsoft patches. We are looking at the firewall implementation. We are redesigning the entire ICT infrastructure. We have undertaken a project of enterprise architecture in order that we comply to GUIA process, which is the defined process for government or all government entities, that let's build the enterprise architecture. Let's have the blueprint, a pure understanding of your ICT environment, which will help you to understand the controls that are implemented and how to best protect this environment. And we are undertaking these initiatives in conjunction with CETA, as well as consulting with the industry so that we are able to take good advice and best practice along as we implement these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. That order.
Chair, next. So the issue of the Honorable Roos raised about 10% not achieved. That is correct, it was not achieved. In the main, what made us not achieve it was the provision that we had to make for the surrender to National Treasury of 499. And that's, we actually split it out in the financials as well. So if it wasn't for that, we would have attained around a 12% net surplus, but it does take us into a loss of about 354 million projected on the provisions. We do have trade and other receivables. We do, rightfully so, our debtors are mostly government, or actually all government, and they do run sometimes into 60 days. We do have a balance of debtors in 180 days, and mostly, unfortunately, again, as a result of us not being able to verify those debtors because of that data loss. So we're looking for a way of dealing with the very long outstanding debtors. In the main, those debtors have actually probably already paid for invoices, but we're not able to reconcile because of the loss that we've had. The retained earnings or cumulative surplus still stands at 1.2 billion, and for that reason we are liquid as it stands. But this liquidity is being erased by this continuous request from the National Treasury to surrender, and we have made the case to them on why we need this money for our capital expansion, etc. The matter raised by Honorable Bongo about the AG not able to verify information. Unfortunately, we've lost those ledgers and sub-ledgers in those financial years. That will always impact our opening balances. And I think I've made to make the point that if we do not deal with it together with the Auditor-General, we might sit with this disclaimer for another couple of years. This is the issue we'd like to avoid. So the inability to verify mostly is because of the unavailability of the ledgers and the sub-ledgers. Honorable Pillay, the issue of the 499 million, yes, it is an issue for us. We have had a current request again from the National Treasury to surrender another 600 million, which is going to be extremely difficult for us to do. If we do that, it will take us into a further deficit, as you can imagine. The reasons for them wanting to take it in the main is related to our capital expansion program, which we are trying to get off the ground. And we do have the master plan and new headquarters as commitments as it stands. The regular expenditure, for the most part, it's a roll forward from contracts previously awarded. We have arrested the irregular in the current financial year and in the current financial year. But we do have this rollover. We've regularized most of those contracts, as CEO has said, with addendums. But they are still regarded as irregular until the time for that contract runs out. Thank you, Chair. I think those were the ones assigned to me.
Thank you very much. I think the last one.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to you, Chair, and all honorable members. With regards to the question raised by Honorable Lekwase on our progress in terms of SADC expansion, maybe firstly to say our key strategy in expanding in the SADC region is through binational commissions. We have succeeded in being part of these commissions between countries, between SADC countries and our country, and in certain cases even beyond SADC. And so in this year alone, we have managed to engage 4 countries through binational commissions, and those are Namibia, Kenya, Ethiopia, and the DRC. We currently have MOUs with Namibia and Kenya, and we have an SLA with Eswatini. So also the other very important strategy is research and development, and through these BNCs, as well as outside the BNCs, we conduct market analysis to understand the demand in each of these countries, as well as the risks that are involved. And you'd understand that's also part of the challenge with our neighbors. But there has been successes. In fact, in this week, between this week and last week, we have delivered 300,000 certificates to Eswatini. Apologies there, to Namibia. So obviously that's part of what we have succeeded to agree with Namibia as an order. So there is progress, and also we have delivered throughout the year to the University of Eswatini the graduation certificates, and also for the various colleges in Eswatini. I would like to say that progress is not very fast when it comes to engaging with outside countries, because obviously these engagements are on state security documents. So the uptake is generally slow, as countries would want to hold on to these. But we have seen, of course, progress and success in certain cases. We are expecting to engage with Lesotho. We have been in contact with them, and we soon be presenting to the cabinet in Lesotho upon invitation. So there is also a potential order that is coming through, as well as Eswatini has indicated an interest in extending the services from the vocational certificates to, as well as the university certificates to products such as birth certificates and even passports and IDs. But we are still in engagements on securing a meeting for this. But we don't only end at we don't stop at SADC, because, as you'll understand, sometimes the uptake is slower. So we also focus locally. I think CEO earlier on indicated that we have plans to open warehouses in KZN, the Free State, as well as Mpumalanga. And that is actually part of our expansion strategy, so we can get into further markets and improve on our revenue. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Government Printing Works CEO and your team. Now I invite the Director General to respond on the comments. And I think there was an issue which was referred to your attention, DG, by the IEC in their response. DG?
No, thanks, Chairperson, and thanks to all the honorable members for the questions that have been raised. I suppose the first one, Honorable van der Merwe, with regards to the footprint expansion. You'll recall that today we were presenting the annual report. And if you were to look at the next iteration of the APP, we do provide, or we will be providing, details in terms of our expansion of the footprint. And you'll recall, Chairperson, that and there's a number of offices that we will soon be opening, including Mukopane, one in Polokwane, Kwaduguza, and Taung. Of course, there were delays with regard to some of them, including the one in Twendo. And to that extent, the minister had a meeting last week with the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure to look at fast-tracking those offices with regards to our footprint expansion. And then, of course, you are aware about our expansion at the malls beyond the mainland. There's work that's currently underway with regards to Cresta Mall. There will be work that will be underway for Southgate in KZN. It's a pavilion and Tiger Valley. In all these, I think the owners of those areas have now found spaces where we should be accommodated. But as you'll recall that in the budget speech by the minister, I spoke about expanding our Home Affairs on wheels. Recall that currently we have 127 of those mobile trucks, and the minister did indicate to the committee that there's 100 additional that's in production and 50 additional others that will be added to that fleet. And with regards to capacitation, Honorable van der Merwe, you'll recall that I think it's the same question that Honorable Pillay has raised. In the previous business case, we received 742, or we were able to fill 742 vacancies, including those that are quite critical. We've now submitted a second business case to Treasury. We are undercapacitated, a point that has been made by veteran Honorable Lekota. It's not just Home Affairs, it's the entire JCPS. If you were to go to the SNDF, it will be the same. You were to go to SAPS, you go to Home Affairs, you go to Justice. But there is a plan that's being worked around this, in particular with regards to our case, because we can only speak for Home Affairs. So we are waiting Treasury once they've considered that plan. But acting DDG HR will add with regards to some of the issues that you have raised around the composition of females and males. But at the last count, females were actually more in terms of SMS members, but at a lower level, directors should indicate what plans are being put in place with regards to increasing that. It is true that at the top level at EXCO, currently there's only one SMS member, female, but we do have 3 vacancies for IMF.
Hello, Chair.
Yeah, DG, I think you got lost. Mr. Matwins?
Yes, I can't hear him. Let me just check if it's on the system. No, it's out of the system.
Okay, DG Mavuso? All of them are cut off.
No, DG is back.
Okay. Mr. Matthews, can you carry on if we're unable to locate other colleagues?
Hi, Chairperson. Are you able to hear me?
Yes. We're back, DG.
Oh, all right. Apologies for that. So, Chairperson, the other questions were from on the BMA. I suppose the BMA will then be invited to come and make a presentation with regards to that. And then on issues that were raised with regards to corruption, the DDG responsible for counter-corruption and security services will respond to those issues. On the Lubisi report, that work is continuing with regards to the implementation of the recommendations, and it does take time. You'll recall, Honorable van der Merwe, that for them to execute some of the actions, for example, the withdrawal of the visas, you need to follow a PAJA process, and that's why the team comprises attorneys and counsels. So that work is ongoing. With regards to illegal immigrants, I think the enforcement aspect that we have referred to, the JCPS has developed a strategy to deal with all those issues that you have raised, Honorable van der Merwe, and that plan has been budgeted for. It's currently being implemented. it's a whole of government approach, and it includes all the stakeholders that are currently dealing with issues around illegal immigrants. And I think at an opportune time, for sure, the minister will be keen to share some of the activities with regards to that. I think Honorable Lekota raised the issue around capacity. I've already responded to that, in particular the fact that the entire JCPS is under capacitated. And of course, I suppose this is a matter that you'll be seized with as well as the committee. Suppose Honorable Lekwase, Mr. Mavuso will respond to issues that are related to BAPS and network challenges. We also do have, Honorable Lekwase, an MOU that we have signed with the Department of Health with regards to issues that we have raised around the LRBs, but there are additional health facilities that do provide the services that you have referred to around DNA. These are designated, remember, by the Department of Health rather than Home Affairs. Suppose Honorable Ruos, you raised an issue around the collection of revenue. In the previous financial year, you wanted to know how much was collected. Out of an amount of 147, we're able to collect 123 million. And then in addition, DERCO was able to pay 28 million. And then there's still a huge balance of 567 million, which we are pursuing in the discussions that we are having with DERCO. I suppose the other issues that we've raised are related to the public sector wage bill. These are questions that for sure DPSA should be able to respond to. But given the fact that we're a labor-intensive department, it will be very difficult not to have capacity to implement. The question that you've asked around the contingent liability, I thought it would be welcomed that we've managed to reduce it from 2.3 billion to 239 million. But this follows intensive discussions with the AG with regards to the methodology that was previously used, and also how in certain areas we've been able to reduce the contingent liability. And then you asked a question around green IDs for those that are naturalized. I'm happy to report that this is a matter that the minister is now instructed us to implement with immediate effect. We currently are working at modifying systems so that we are able to accommodate those applications. Honorable Ross, I do recall that you have raised this over and over and over again. Suppose on the Clean Z operations, Mr. Matthews will be able to respond to some of the issues that you have raised. And then the issue that we've raised with regards to the Concord, I suppose we are waiting or the ratification. And once the Concord has issued directions, we'll then implement accordingly. Honorable Bongo, I suppose we also have to say thank you to the committee for the support that the committee has provided that led to the launch. It's one of the activities that the committee prioritized in terms of ensuring that we operationalize the BMA. And then I think DDG Mavuso will also respond to your questions on the digitization, and the CFO will respond to the PPP with regards to the visa facilitation services. So if I may then invite Chairperson, starting with Advocate Muizi next to me, and then Mr. Matthews, CFO, and then Mr. Mavuso as well. Over to you.
Thank you, DG, and good afternoon, honorable members. On the issue of photo swaps, we have conducted a process evaluation to determine the root causes identified, and the loopholes that were identified were closed. We have even stopped the third-party collections, and the officials involved with the photo swaps were dismissed departmentally, and they were sentenced criminally. We had yesterday there was one sentencing also in Nelspruit. The kingpin that was also involved was sentenced to 8 years, and his assets were also, the asset forfeiture was involved. The assets of the kingpin were taken. So since then, we have not seen any, and we had a KZN where the two officials were sentenced to 10 years. And since we have conducted the trend analysis, we have not seen any recurrence. The last cases of photo swaps were the ones that occurred in 2021. So we have seen good progress in this. And I think as much as we have closed the loophole, but I think we are looking at ABIS. ABIS will obviously help us more with the facial identification. And on the issue of marriages of convenience, we had a lot of successes there. However, what we are doing now is to go out to communities that we realize that they are involved in this. So we are doing awareness. You know, we go out there to conduct awareness sessions to help our communities in understanding the marriages of convenience and the wrongfulness thereof. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to all honorable members. So maybe I'll start firstly with the operation in Northern Cape. We've, at this stage, 145 people from that operation have been, were transferred for deportation to Lindela. A number of, the numbers that were given we're yet to verify if it was actually 800, because according to the colleagues who are part of the operation, that there isn't sufficient evidence indicating that 800 illegal foreigners were actually picked up. The numbers that we have are what I've just quoted, the 145. And then in terms of there was questions regarding the Foreign Office Coordination Unit and a waiver unit. Those units are still in existence. They're still providing the functions that were alluded to. As we had indicated before, we are looking at delegations in terms of the adjudication of visas. We believe that's going to add, that's going to speedily resolve a number of cases. And in response to the questions on the backlogs, we did make a presentation to the Portfolio Committee on the 19th of September, where we presented a backlog clearance exercise project, and we indicated that the key areas we want to target would be the spousal visas and then the relatives visas, which if you were to take the temporary residence visas, which stand at about 74,000, and if we target the two areas, the relatives and the spousal visas, that takes out 64,000 visa applications. And with enhanced capacity, we've added from provinces, from a component of the inspectorate unit, as well as officials who return from missions. We should be able to make a dent on this, which would allow us to then have a team that will focus purely on the annual performance plan targets. So the plan, and I'm sure we'll provide updates on how we're dealing with the backlogs, and to show progress. And then the questions that were raised with regard to the VFS by Honorable Pillay, we are going through a process to look at the selection of a service provider at the end of the current contract, which expires in about a year's time. There's also been a transaction advisor appointed to look at the P process for the service providers for the adjudication of visas. I think those are my questions I was asked to respond to. I thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and thank you, DG. Mr. Matthews just responded on the VFS issue. So what we do in respect of the VF issue is we're following a parallel process where there's a PPP process where we where we have appointed a transaction advisor for the second time. And then in addition to that, we will also go out on a competitive process just to make sure, because the PPP process is likely to take long, Chair. So we are making plans to make sure that there is continuity of services after the VFS contract comes to an end. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson and members. So I will deal with a few questions that have been asked. Honorable Lukwasa, as we have indicated previously, the work that we have been contracted the CSIR to do is work that is taking, obviously, there's a defined period within which that work will be completed, and we're hopeful that once those results are out, we should be able to get the desired outcome. But we'll come to the committee with the CSIR. The committee has scheduled a meeting for us to come and explain in terms of what we are doing. Secondly, on the issue of the facilities, pet registration facility, I would like to get the details of that particular facility, because what we have done is that we have categorized the vet facilities into 5 priorities. The first priority one is those health facilities that can give more than 5,000 beds a year. So there are 41 of those. And then there are those who give less than that, which is priority 2 and priority 3 combined. Those, they are about 121. And then you also have the priority 4. So all in all, if we look at priority 1 to priority 4 health facilities, they have a capacity to give us 91% of beds. In other words, we are able to register 91% of beds. 2% of that is registered in the remaining health facilities, and those are the ones that gives us less than 500 beds a year. So our view is that to invest in those in terms of technology, the infrastructure, connectivity, it's not going to give us value for money. So we are going to service those utilizing a mobile solution. So that's an issue in relation to the hospital connectivity. But we definitely would like to have a sense. I mean, if the hospital is located in Mafikeng, it would mean it's in a population where you should be able to get the numbers. And then when it comes to digitization, digitization, as the DG has indicated, the numbers have been dwindling in terms of the young people who are getting opportunities. But we've completed the screening of the second cohort of the 4,000. Even in that second cohort, our plan is to even make it more than the 4,000, because to augment for those that we have lost during the process. So that's where we are in relation to digitization, but also just to indicate that where we are, we have exceeded over 5 million images that have been scanned for digitization. So we are in the process of indexing. So the project is going well, even though not all the hubs digitization are available for us to be able to utilize. I think the other issue, I think that was raised, DGS, I think, has touched on the issue of the smart cards in terms of naturalization. I think those are all the issues that I thought I should respond to. And I'll hand over to Acting DG HR.
Thanks, Mr. Mavusa. Good afternoon, Chairperson, and to the members. The issue around capacity that DG has responded to, I think the only part that DG wanted me to talk to is the representation of female SMS members at various levels. DG was correct to say that at the level of executive, we do have only one female member. And at the level of chief directors, that's where we are having many, less female members in that level. The director levels, we actually are even quite higher than the male SMS members in there. I think in terms of the plans, what we are really trying to do is to make sure that our adverts are specifically, targeting female SMS members. But we also continue to encourage the selection panels, to really not be looking at people that must hit the ground running, because most of the time you find that when it comes to female candidates, we're struggling in one way or the other to find those who are ready to hit the ground running. But I must also indicate here that the recently appointed, or rather the recently filled positions at chief director level, we managed at least to appoint one that was
that was quite more eligible than the male counterparts that she was competing with. But also to mention that the positions that are a bit tricky are most the IS positions. That's where we find most of the chief director vacancies that exist there. And the two other positions that we shortlisted for about 2 weeks ago, at least we could identify a female candidate. So the department is really focusing on, as far as we possibly can, focusing on identifying eligible female candidates that could fill the vacancies that we have. So we're hoping that the 2% that we are lagging behind with by the end of this year would have moved from 48 to closer to 50% to make sure that we are on par with the male SMS members in the department. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you very much, DG, with the team for the responses that you carried. And thanks, honorable members, for having interacted with the annual reports that will inform our discussion in our next meeting as we consolidate the PRRR for purpose of the consideration in Parliament. Members have committed that there are questions they could not ask and they will subject them to in writing to the portfolios that we're presenting today. And will all of us request that we do so that they also respond, those will assist us to consolidate the discussions on the areas that we could not have find expression in our deliberations today. So I think we'll take that route, Mr. Matonsi, and we'll request that at least by next week on Monday, all those responses might have been carried to your attention and circulate to the members of the committee. I'm raising this because I'm sure that members already are ready with those questions and it will not take time for them to respond so that we're able to interact with those questions. We must also thank the minister and the team, the DM and yourself, the DG, for the work that has been demonstrated. And I think the Auditor-General to demonstrate that there were improvements and also following up on the implementing the recommendations that the committee has always raised with yourselves. And the IEC, Commissioner Pillay, Commissioner Miapsa, and all commissioners and the executive present in today's meeting. We thank also the good work that you continue to demonstrate as an institution that holds our electoral system. We know it's difficult at a particular epoch, but we've moved since we've started in 2019 with yourself. The weaknesses that we've identified in the period of provincial, national elections, local government elections, the by-elections, you have able to come closer to respond to that so that we perfect the system and hope that the committee, as we move towards the important elections in 2024, provincial and national elections, the committee will collectively work closely with yourselves so that we're able to pronounce the free and fair elections. Where there are weaknesses and where there's identification of the Auditor-General, we think that you will be able to be equal to the task to remedy those issues. The government printing works, we also note that there are critical issues that have been raised by the Auditor-General and also the Ministerial Review Panel in terms of the recommendations. We have collectively as the committee take more interest in terms of monitoring closely this government printing works. We'll take a caution that we need to interact with the audit committee and the National Treasury in line with the recommendation that the Auditor-General have presented before the committee. Above that, we will also engage the Minister of Home Affairs to begin to assess the executive of government printing works as to whether the recurrence of the weaknesses that have been identified are not residing with the executive of the government printing works, other than to ground them to the lower level of staff and the line function. So I think that's the posture we'll take closely as we interact in this process. Auditor-General will time to time interface with you now that we are resolved on the issues that we've identified in all the three portfolios that we oversee, to interact with yourselves. And I think you have been of most assistance in terms of cautioning the committee on the progress made, improvement, but also on the weaknesses that been raising. I'm taken aback by your colleague who has referred that the pace of implementation at the level of government printing works is low in terms of the expectation which you have outlined. So we need to take those caution. The CFO of government printing works, you will know that the past two committee meetings we've requested you to respond in writing to some of the questions that members have requested for your attention. It is clear that there's no intention on your part to do so. So part of our work to focus on our oversight in the government printing works with the minister, we were able to account to that process. It's an important caution because we're dealing with the issues that were being briefed by the committee. Overall, I think we note the improvement of all the stakeholders where there are weaknesses. We'll take collective responsibility to make sure that we're able to interface with these committees. At this stage, we'll then take, I'm not sure whether the hand CO4 raises as anything to do, or there's any addition that you want to put after we've summarized the meeting. CO4?
My humble apologies to come at this point. I just need to express the two questions in the two previous sittings that we've held, and the CFO promised to respond to. We have actually responded to, and they've been submitted accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, we'll note that there's not the committee has not been briefed to that submissions. We'll hope the committee secretary will take us into confidence when we discuss the BRRR in our next committee meeting. Thanks for that alert. Can I invite Mr. Matonsi? If there's any announcement, then we'll then adjourn the meeting.
Okay, Chairperson, the only announcement is that we are meeting next week on the 17th. It will be a fiscal meeting in Parliament to receive a briefing on the draft BRRR from the content advisor. That is the only agenda item for next week, Chairperson. Thanks. Okay.
Thanks very much, Mr. Matonsi and your team. Thanks very much, colleagues, honorable members. Thanks very much, IEC, Home Affairs, and Government Printing Works for attending or responding to the issues before the committee. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.